Welcome everyone to the stream. And Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. It is so nice to have you all. All right. So, yeah. We are officially live for our 2020 Christmas party. Welcome. So there's a lot to cover tonight, as well as, just celebrating the holiday. That's a thing that we're going to do. Don't mind the fan because I have to wear this sweater, and you'll understand why I have to wear this sweater in just a moment. But there's a fan going on, so sorry about the sound. But first off, I wanted to quickly thank each and every one of you, because tonight will officially be the last live stream of 2020. And we will have one more episode coming up on the 31st of the year here. It's a tiny little clip of an episode coming out then. And then I'll probably have maybe a couple videos in January, just really quick put together kind of vlog videos. But really, our season next year does not start until the first Friday of February. So the next time I'll really see you guys is in February. And so tonight is kind of like a bittersweet moment of, I want to thank all of you for being here, but at the same time, I won't see you again until February. So it kind of sucks in one way, but it's really nice in another way. I don't know if I'll go live in January yet. That's all yet to be decided, but I know we're going to be having as much fun as we can tonight, because it's a very fun night. I know I'm going live a little bit early tonight. I was supposed to go live at 7. I'm going live at 5. I'm sorry about that, because, hey, my family kind of left early, so I decided to go live early, because it is Christmas, and I wanted to spend as much time as I possibly can with all of you. Just as a simple reminder tonight, why is the holiday so depressing this year? First, because of COVID. I think that really brought a lot of people down. I think it just has people in that mood all year, and this doesn't help that. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely something where COVID did not help this holiday season, and holidays are always hard on certain people, and they're always hard on me because I'm a single, and because I have a very small family, and I normally am quite bored this time of year. But this year I spent a majority of my past 2 weeks working my butt off, like 10 hours a day, trying to get things done. So luckily it all got done, but it's just a matter of like how it all got there. It just has people in that mood, and I'm sorry about that. So like I said, we have a lot to get to tonight, but before we get to all of that, I want to first quickly remind everyone that super chats are available during tonight's entire broadcast. All you have to do to do a super chat is click, instead of the say something with your comment, you just click the little $sign there, and you're able to send a super chat to the show in order to help us make future episodes of this show. If you can. If you can't, that's perfectly fine too. I don't mind a bit. I'm just reminding so that people that are able to do that are able to do it tonight, and they are available. Thank you all for joining us. Oh my god. Okay, so many of you. So, there's a couple things tonight. I mean, first I want to go over some of what happened in 2020, because it's been insane. Not COVID related. Just there's a lot of things that went on this year that were really great things that not a lot of people, I think, remember, because so much has happened this year that, and it's sort of like COVID and Donald Trump took a majority of all of our, focus, and it's like, yeah, but there's good things that happen too. Like, what about all those? So we're going to kind of concentrate on all the good stuff this year. That's why I made that little thing of the Rainbow Rewind and Dear Future Me video because I was like, I need to focus on the good that happened, you know? There's too much bad, really, to think about this year. And everyone's like, oh, thank God 2020 is over. I'm like, yeah, but also in 2020, I gained so many students and, you know, we built this community to what it is. And 2020, YouTube sponsored the crap out of us and allowed us to get to the point where we're at now. And in 2020, we helped so many people. So in 2020 alone, we've had 1.1 million views on our channel. We've uploaded 135 hours of broadcast in 2020 alone to this channel and the two other channels that we run. We've uploaded 135 hours. Mostly that's all on this channel, by the way. Very minimal is on the other two channels because we've mostly been focusing on this channel because it's so successful and because it's really what I want to do. And you're going to see exactly what I mean by that in just a moment because we have special surprises of Christmas gifts coming up in the broadcast here tonight that y'all are going to be very interested in seeing. So pay close attention for that a little bit later on. So we've had 25 guest stars or collaborations on this channel this year. 25. We've had 25 guests and collaborations this year. That's incredible. That's more than one per month. Okay? That's more than 2 per month. What am I saying? That's more than 2 per month of wow, that's insane. You know, you start looking at these numbers and you're like, wow, we actually did a lot in 2020 for it being okay. Logan's junk. I started watching in June and love it. Thank you so much, Logan. Thank you. You have no idea what that means to me, so thank you. Yeah, I mean, you start looking at the numbers, and that's what I've been doing this entire past week. I have had like anxiety and panic attacks for the past like 2 weeks over the projects at work that I'm working on, and always thinking about like, well, what's the next video going to be for the YouTube channel? And there's so much going on right now that I've had horrible panic attacks. I've learned that meditation really does help with that, and I've been doing like 10-minute meditations every night, and it's really helped so much, by the way. But it's perfectly fine if you can't donate. Don't worry. I just really appreciate the people that do, and I really appreciate. Sorry, can't breathe. I really appreciate you for being here as well. Even if you can't donate, that's not like, you know, don't like feel bad if you can't. But I'm just saying if you can, hey, you know, the channel does cost some money to run. So thank you so much. I've looked back at these numbers this past week because I had to. I had to look back and realize this year wasn't all bad. This year wasn't. I know I'm going through a lot of stress right now, and all of that is over yesterday. And like today started a brand new thing for me because I'm like, oh my God, like now I can actually breathe and I don't have to worry about, because I had so many client projects that were due by Christmas and now they're all done, and I'm like, oh my God, I get to like actually, you know, breathe for once in my life. And I have like all next week off, which is so nice. I'm taking a vacation week. I'm not going anywhere, by the way, because it's COVID, but I'm just taking the week off, which is so nice. But I was looking back on these numbers because I'm like, I mean, you can donate $25 if you want, but I mean, if you just got a $25 gift card, then I mean, you can spend that on yourself. I'm not saying you have to, this is not a channel where you have to pay in order to watch, by the way. That's not what I'm asking for with saying that. YouTube just tells us all that, hey, you know, remind your viewers that super chats are available during live streams, because not every live streamer allows them or wants them in every live stream. For us, this channel costs a lot of money to run, so we remind people. We're like, hey, we're not making you do it, and if you just got a $25 gift card for Christmas, you spend that on you, because you deserve it, you know? Just like, hey, if you have an extra couple bucks that you're like, hey, I really want to like, whatever. I'm not forcing you to, but you know what I mean. But this year, for this show alone, we've had 157 episodes this year. 157. Do you know how insane that is? 157. That means we're making more than 3 episodes a week all year long. You know? Like, we haven't always uploaded 3 episodes a week, but sometimes we're uploading 1 episode per day, or, you know, like all October we were uploading 1 episode per day, you know? Yeah. It's been super insane of a schedule. But I love it because I get to be with you guys. And I get to learn just as much as you are. And what a lot of people don't know is I only include in the episodes about 10% of what my research team and I have learned. By the way, this year we also added an entire... Because in 2019 for the show, for season 2 of the show, because our seasons are February until December, so it's all year long. But last year we didn't have any research team at all, and it was all on me. This year I'm like, hell yeah, now we have like a 12-person research team. I have 2 more writers on the show that help with episodes. I have an assistant professor that helps with the whole thing. Oh my god, it's so much nicer now. And we have a psychologist that works for the channel now, and we're just like, oh, thank god I can just like not have to do everything, you know? It was all a 1-person team before. Hi. If you just come from the... Oh, by the way, yeah, cool sweater. You're about to hear who this is from. I just got it for Christmas. From someone you all know. So, yeah. That's going to come up in just a second. This year alone, besides the 157 episodes, our channel, by Rainbows, was able to donate $4,650 in value to charity this year alone. $4,650. That is just insane of a number. Like, you have no idea. I mean, when I originally thought about this channel, I wanted to help 1 person come out of the closet. This year we helped thousands. We've partnered with the Trevor Project, Born Perfect. We partnered with a whole bunch of amazing groups across the country and around the world. And Trump did not give me this sweater. Not just... That was a good one, though. I like that. But that's a good one. But like, the fact that we're able to give back to the community in some meaningful way and donate huge values to these people, to these amazing organizations, and just pure outright money, donate to them through our book sales this past month from Shadow's First Christmas, which we're also going to read the entire Shadow's First Christmas book today, by the way. That's coming up later in the broadcast. But through that, we're donating a portion of the proceeds to the Trevor Project as well, for helping them with an LGBTQ crisis intervention and suicide prevention hotline. So, I mean, we were able to donate some money to them. Not as much as I think people thought we could donate, because originally the book was set at a price of $15 per copy, which is as low as we could have made it. Because let me explain to you how Amazon works for just a second. When you're selling a book on Amazon, so the $15 price point, some people were asking me, hey, can you make that a $10 price point? And I'm just like, sorry, Charlie, like, the $15 is what I'm mandated to do. Not because of what on my side of what I want to charge, but because out of that $15, Powered by Rainbows only ever sees about $4.81 of that, which is extremely low. So you spend $15, you get a copy shipped to you. Shipping is extra, or if you have Amazon Prime, it's included in Amazon Prime. But out of the $15, for Powered by Rainbows, we only ever see $4.81 of that. And so a portion, like at first we had to cover all the cost of making the books, in the first place of making a book, and publishing it. And then after all those expenses were paid, a portion of the proceeds were going to go to the Trevor Project. So in total, I think, we sold enough to make some proceeds off of it. But it's not as much as people thought. People thought that, oh, hey, probably the book costs like $5 to make, and so Matt's probably making $10 off of each copy sold, and $5 of that is going to go to Trevor Project. No, I wish that was the case. It's just not. So unfortunately, Trevor Project is still going to get a donation. Don't worry about that. We just have to figure out exactly how much yet. That comes next week. But once we get the final reports of what was sold. But yeah, we'll be kind of publishing that once it comes out. But it's just, you don't make as much as you think you make off merchandise. Because Amazon, in total, we sold about $300 of books, which is really amazing from our audience. For the size audience that we have, $300 of books is incredible for what we thought we would do. But we only ever probably profited, I think, $30 or $40 off of that. So Amazon made the rest, which is deeply concerning. So they made a ton of money off this book. But, that's the way that you sell books. So, without going our own publisher and spending tens of thousands of dollars to get enough printed. So, it was still insane that we're able to donate to Trevor Project through that book. I'm deeply appreciative of that. Also this year we had 84,100 plus hours of watch time. So that means collectively you have all watched Powered by Rainbows for a total of 84,100 hours in this year alone, which is crazy. 84,000 hours you guys have watched. I mean, that's just insane. So thank you for all of that. I cannot thank you enough. Seriously, it is just beyond me. So thank you. Now for the second part there's a couple parts of tonight's broadcast. There's a couple parts. Second part, we're going to go through some gifts. By the way, I have Santa Claus stuff up. That's the most decorations I can come up with today. We're going to go through some Christmas gifts. We have Christmas gifts from my family, and we have Christmas gifts from YouTube itself. And then after that, we're going to go through some fan art that you guys have submitted for the past month. And we're going to read Shadow's First Christmas in its entirety. Because before, in the announcement video, I can only read, I think, half of it, a quarter of it. So we're going to read the whole thing today because it's Christmas. And, yeah. So, Christmas gifts. Let's see. Who do you guys want to see the Christmas gifts from first? Becca, my dad, my sister, or YouTube? Maybe wait. No, we'll hold YouTube off till last because that was pretty cool. So, who do you guys want to see from first? My dad, my dad, Becca, or my sister? Ha ha ha. I'm going to wait a second, let y'all get in the chat and tell us. Oh, and also today, Becca was the first vote, so we're going to go with that. All right. So, Becca, in her infinite wisdom and in her cult, she got me a notebook, and that way I can write all my notes for the show or just notes in general throughout the whole book. It's all rainbowified, and rainbows on the back. Every like thing has a different rainbow thing. I don't know where she got it, but it was awesome. I loved it. Love Who You Want, really cute stuff. But the most amazing thing, of this whole book that she got me. Where's it at now? Oh, here it is. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, no. Here's the front of it. It's Can't Hide My Pride. That's the front of it. Okay. Because then there's one extra page that has a rainbow on the back. Okay. And she wrote a special little note to me inside, which literally got me to tear up. It says, "To my best friend, may your rainbow show over those who need it. May your rainbow show over those who need you most. Love, Becca, the sun goddess." So thank you so much, Becca, for that wonderful, wonderful gift. That was very thought out, and just amazing. Can you say something to quote Luna, the night guard? I think they really need it. Luna, where are you at in chat? A rock creature of a shell human. Luna, you are valid. So thank you for being here. I'm not sure exactly what else to say. You got a pride journal too. Awesome. They're really nice. Like, Becca knows me way too well, and I write all of the episode like ideas and bullet points out in a notepad first. So she really did think that out. And I have a lot of notes for the show that I always have in like the recording sessions and stuff. It's like I'll be down in the studio recording, and I'll like write some notes of like, hey, in editing, do this sort of thing, you know? Yes, you are valid. Of course you're valid, Luna. All right, Luna. Can I ask you this? What part of the LGBTQ are you? Are you lesbian? Are you gay? Are you transgender? Are you non-binary? Are you bisexual? Are you pansexual? I'll ask you that while I'm moving on to my sister's gifts. Hashtag Luna is valid in the chat. Let's do that. I don't feel valid because my family is a bunch of ass. Well, that's exactly why we're doing the live stream tonight. Is if your families are assholes, if they're if they're homophobic or transphobic, we're providing a safe space for you tonight, where you can be valid and you are completely accepted here. So, for my sister, I literally asked her for LGBTQ history books because I want to learn more about the community, and I want to pass that on to you guys, and girls and non-binary folks and NBs. So I asked her for history books, and she comes back with A Queer History of the United States by Michael Bronsky. It's a really good book, but oh my god, is that thick, right? That's what he said. But it's a really good book from all the reviews, so I'm really looking forward to reading that this next week. Hopefully I'll probably get through this by the end of the year here, which is like a week away. They are mega Christians. Oh, yeah, fuck them. I say that because I just worked in a church for the past week, and it was a Lutheran church, and Lutherans are very accepting of gay people, and I was even flirting with one of the guys there, so they're very accepting, and they know I'm gay, and they even, like, the computer that I bought for them had rainbows underneath the keyboard, and they're like, well, this is a perfect, like, business card for you, Matt, and I'm like, yep. So they're all, like, they're joking with me. It really didn't. Lisa says, I'm a trans girl, so, oh. Well, at least you're here, and I'm so sorry that happened, that they don't Mega Christians are never going to understand, unfortunately. At least not right now. Um, Matt, is the church in Schuylkill Haven? No, it's in Pottsville. Wait, Logan, how do you know Schuylkill Haven? Um, that's kind of like on the nose, and but no, I was installing a whole live video system with like robotic cameras and all, a computer and a video switcher so they can live stream their church services in Trinity Lutheran Church in Pottsville. So they were really, really kind to me, and their system was not cheap, but it works so nice, and their internet is like freaking incredible. But that they are really, really awesome there, and they've been amazing to me for the past year now. Right now, no, they've been a customer of mine for like 4 years or so, so they've been really good. And they're some of the nicest people you can ever deal with. Lisa, of course you can ask a question. But yeah, it's a really nice church in the middle of a really bad town. I don't like Pottsville too much, but I mean it's a really nice church. Wait, your elementary went to St. Ambrose? I went to St. Ambrose too. Literally. So I went to St. Stephen's in Port Carbon, and then in 7th and 8th grade, I went to St. Ambrose in Schuylkill Haven before transferring to a public school for high school, because I, needed out of a Catholic system where it was just like, hey, we're all against gay people. So that's what I did. But St. Ambrose is where I had the speech that I talked about sometimes on the show, where it's like St. Ambrose was the school that had this whole speech on how being gay was wrong to us. And then I went back, because every school I've ever attended, I've actually worked for later in life as an audio and lighting engineer and doing what I do for a living as a videographer. So then we heard that St. Ambrose School closed, and I will tell you a funny little story is like I've met so many of the guys that used to go to school with me back in the day at St. Ambrose, and almost all of them are gay now. They come out as gay now, because they were always gay. But yeah, literally like almost all of them are gay, and it's so cool to like see that. But also, one of them's just like, we should like go back to the old school and just like, do some stuff in the school just to like kind of show it to our history. Abraham Lincoln thought to be bi because he slept with bodyguard when his wife wasn't home. Wow, that's interesting. I did not know that. Thank you. Luna, you deserve love. Oh my God, don't say that. Of course you deserve love. I haven't seen the question from the other person yet. But no, of course you deserve love. We all deserve love. Love is love, and it is equal. Also, we're doing research for us, an episode in season 4 that we're probably going to have in early season 4 of how Jesus was probably bisexual. So that's an interesting one. Matt, my school's younger grades got mold and went there. Oh, okay, yeah. So like when that would be cool to crash into the school and paint it all rainbow. That would be cool. But like, so when we heard that the school was closing, I mean, I kind of felt bad for the teachers because the teachers were kind of nice, but it was kind of like we heard that it would. I'm the only person who deserves. No, Luna, please don't say that, Luna, please go to trevorchat.org. Seriously, trevorchat.org. Go there right now, and definitely, just talk to someone, okay? Don't say that kind of stuff, because you are worth it, and you're gonna find love one day. I'm I promise. Let's go to your mom's shrine, Marlene. But no, we heard that St. Ambrose was closing, and we're like laughing our butts off for the entire week because we're like, oh my God, the school that told us that we shouldn't be gay is the one that's like, closing, and we're the ones making a gay TV show over here. So it was kind of cool. But anyway, second book that there's this channel who is really homophobic, people. Who's that? Well, don't go to them. But yeah, don't go to those channels, people. You're just going to get highly depressed, which, I mean, a lot of gay YouTubers do these videos where they're like, we're just going to, guys, I asked the girl I was dating to be my girlfriend a couple days ago. She said yes. Oh, congratulations, Brenna. Congratulations. See, Luna, you will find love just like Brenna did. Okay? They told you to leave because you didn't seem to be LGBTQ. That doesn't sound like them. But I'm not doubting what you're saying. I'm just... Try it again. Or try suicide prevention hotline. That's another one. But no, like... What was I saying a moment ago? I was like, oh yeah. Yeah, all these YouTubers are like, let's review all this transphobic channel or this homophobic channel, and let's like watch these videos together. I'm like, I would never torture my audience and our students with having to watch 1 second of one of those channels, or like let's all review this homophobic meme channel. Like, no, I don't want you guys to see that. That these homophobic and transphobic channels are highly efficient in what they do, and they're just going to make you feel bad about yourself. So, because they're all filled with hate, and when you only fill your channel with hate, you tend not to be a good person, and you tend not to have good things happen to you. So our channel is a testament to the exact opposite of that, of good things tend to happen to our channel because we're not homophobic. And we only spread love. Yes, fuck Ben Shapiro. Not in a good way. So the second book she got me was The Gay Revolution by Lillian Faderman. Really good book. And I saw this like on the Amazon bookshelf, and it's really highly recommended. But then I literally got it today, and I realized just how thick that book is. It is 789 pages. So that might take me a while to read. But I'll probably get through it. I mean, knowing me. Because I love reading about this stuff. So next, let's move on to... Good Lord. What are we moving on to next? Oh, yeah, my dad, he got me... Well, half of my cell phone now, which is an iPhone SE 2020. Shoots 4K, and that way I can film more stuff for you guys. What would you say? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're very homophobic. Yeah, and transphobic. Don't go to them. Don't go to them. I've attempted suicide over 15 times. I have the week off, so I'll read this one. This one is only 288 pages, so I'll probably get through that this week. I won't get to the other one this week. Just too much to read. But I'll read that in January. That'll be my January project. But yeah. No, I'm sorry you feel that way. I mean, I've been suicidal this month too. We have an episode on our channel called 110 Tips to Overcome Depression and Self-Harm Thoughts. I very much encourage you to watch that. We had a lot of help from the suicide prevention hotline people and a lot of different people, just terrific people on that. And our psychologist that works for us for the channel now was helping with that as well. That's on the channel right now, so you can go watch it. That is what I highly recommend you do. Just don't worry about this live chat. Just go there and watch that episode first, then come back here. Yeah, I saw some of your Christmas videos, by the way, Rebellious. Pretty good. I very much look forward to seeing more this next year because I love it. So, yeah, that's what my dad got me. Now, to what YouTube itself. I mean, yeah, people complain. Sure, okay, here's the thing. YouTube has a very weird algorithm. I will grant you that. Because there are other fellow YouTubers that I know that make about 6 to 7 times what I do or what this show makes on ad revenue for the same number of views. And it's all tracing back to something called the what is it called? CPM or RPM of your channel, right? And their CPM is like 30 per whatever, and mine is $6.41. So mine's extremely lower than theirs, just because it's like of what we're trying to do, you know, and of the type of content we make is made for all ages, and because of that, we don't get as much ad revenue on the same number of views compared to another channel that is strictly for like tips on incorporating your business or tips on managing your finances. It's like those channels make like $30 some for the same views I get, you know? Like they're so weird. Brenna, go watch that other video, please. It's an amazing video for people exactly like you, and it helped me even making that video. So I know it's going to help you as well. So I know people complain about YouTube a little bit, and even I complain about it a little bit. But I will say, YouTube sponsored our channel this year, allowed us to get 20,000 people, 20,400 people now, which is insane, considering my main goal in doing this whole channel was helping one person. Now I get to help 20,000 every week, you know? And this year they decided to send me a Christmas gift. So, here's what they sent me. Just give me a second to get it, okay? Because it's kind of big, okay? YouTube is a joke, but it's nice to me. So I'm not gonna, bite the hand that feeds me, because it allowed us to all be together. So this is what they sent me. It was in a huge box, but look at that, giant box. It's officially from YouTube. Wow, that's just, it takes up all the screen. Okay. Wow. And in order to open it, okay, so there's the back. The back, there's nothing on. It's just giant, right? So you have to pull it out, right? Pull it out. Hold on. That's what he said. Okay. And here is the box that they send. Again, nothing on the back. But on the front here, really cool design. And you open it up, and it says, "Thank you, Matthew, from the YouTube team." When my name is Matthew, by the way. And Matt is just short for it. So, yeah, open up this. There were 2 things in here I'll talk about in just a second. These are empty, but it's a pretty cool box, honestly. I love it. I'll be keeping the box, definitely. I did see your emote stickers in my email address. That was pretty cool. I love that. I just didn't have a chance to talk about it yet. We're going to do the fan art in a couple seconds. As soon as we're done gifts. This was pretty cool too. Like, everything in their packaging is freaking amazing. I'll tell you that. Every time I've gotten something from YouTube, it's just been amazing packaging. So, that was kind of cool. All right. So this next one says, all right, hold on. How can I do this? I can hold it up here. All right. Matthew, thank you for being a part of our creator community. We hope you like this small token of our appreciation. As a way to say goodbye to 2020, we hope 2021 brings a miraculous turnaround, and we get to see you wearing this sweatsuit in person very soon. Until then, thank you for all that you've accomplished this year, the YouTube team. Sincerely, YouTube. And then they send us little postcards that are really cool designs, honestly. These are the 4 postcards they send to us, just for, being a YouTuber. Really cool designs. But I'll show each of them to you, so you know what they look like. Because anytime I get something from YouTube, I always want to open it on camera because I love it. That one's the coolest. I love that. But then the next thing in their packaging is this. It opens up. It's from, I think these are creators that wrote something. L Boom says, in the beginning we were all a bit lost, not knowing what would be next, and many of us still feel that way. But even though we're more isolated than usual, this time has opened up space for new things, and we've been creative in finding new ways of connecting, creating, and sharing. My maze design, made of abstract forms inspired by the abstract Arabic alphabet, represents what we are experiencing as a global family, illustrating celebratory, hopeful moments amidst the confusion. With the abstract use of Arabic letters in creating this, quote, global family kit, I wanted this print to reflect my heritage as something that does not divide but unites us, something that stands against stereotypes, normalizes the Arabic script, and helps us create a stronger community. And that's from L Boom. And then we have, in order to get these gifts, by the way, you need to be a YouTube partner, part of the YouTube partner program, which is 1,000 subscribers and over 4,000 hours of watch time in a year. This year we massively went beyond that. So I'm incredibly thankful for everything. And then this is from Sarika Unique, who says, when I think of YouTube Global Family, I think about all the amazing creators who make it up, each with a unique story, voice, and vision they share with the world. When I created this Global Family kit, I was inspired by abstract expressionism and how each stroke that makes these beautiful paintings is unique, how each creator is one of a kind, with amazing ways of bringing excitement to the bigger picture, much like each paint stroke. A lot of my process is very intuitive. When I paint, I like to just let loose and let the strokes go wherever they see fit. So I started by making colors and painting around with Mark, making to see how I could allow the colors to play off of one another, and eventually turn those marks into patterns. Sarika Smith grew up in Detroit, Michigan. Her style can be summed up as a bold, colorful, and unique with a tribal flair. So that is both of them, by the way. So thank you for making this amazing design. When you open that up, there's even more. It just keeps going. The packaging is... I wish I had packaging like this for all of my merch. By the way, Uh, a Acacia Fruit 7245. Thank you so much for that super chat. Thank you. Oh my god. You guys are so amazing tonight. Thank you for the super chats. They go to helping us make future content in the future. Future content in the future, man. That's a okay. I'm losing my mind. They go to helping us make amazing content in the future for you guys. A lot bigger and better in the future, because we know next season is gonna be big. Season 3 was big with 157 episodes. What do you think we're gonna do in 2021 when like the world kind of starts to get back to normal and we're able to like go different places and make? How do you think that's gonna go? Like, oh my god, we're gonna have a lot. We may not have 157 episodes. We may have less episodes, but they're gonna be bigger episodes. Or we'll have this many episodes. Who knows how many episodes we're gonna have? But we have officially budgeted thousands of dollars for next year to this channel. So you'll be seeing a lot. Including something. Oh, I forgot to show. Okay, I'll show you that in a second. Something else that my sister got me, which definitely does help the show. So when you open this up, there's a bunch of things on the back too. Oh my god. There's a whole inside that's from Lyunic, who's on the top there, by the way, who says, in creating my global, how we are all connected in this world, and how YouTube creators have helped us stay more connected this year more than ever, learning different things and inspiring each other across the globe. Just like creators bringing happiness through new knowledge and new points of view, I wanted to portray the happy feeling of being a part of global family in my pattern design. The elements in the pattern design explore a range of emotions and shapes and incorporate Balinese checkered patterns, music icons, and waves to represent where I'm from. At first glance, it should feel like an instant mood booster. I want creators to feel uplifted, even though we all may be at home into the next year. And she's an illustrator and graphic designer, by the way. Then we have William on the bottom here, who says, I wanted to create a design for the Global Family Kit, which was an abstract way to express a sense of community. The design composition is grounded in a mosaic pattern, which represents the mixing people, ideas, and communities to create one global family. Each element brings to life an important part of family life. The bowls reference having and making meals together, the stairs as a way of growing up together with good vibes. The little houses reference the virtual gatherings we're all getting more and more used to during this time, and the colored profile faces represent the beauty of diversity in our global family. Also a graphic designer. And when you open that up, you get an even cooler poster with all that on it, and as well as YouTube's logo on the bottom. So that probably will go up hanging in my room or something. But if I go back to this, on the back here, it says, from YouTube themselves. And see, I know people who wouldn't want to hug such a kind puppy. Aw, hugs. Thank you. Oh, I forgot tonight. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. And we've gotten some super chats, so they deserve this. Puppies. Yeah, even furries are allowed on YouTube. By the way, oh my god, Ash Coyote was like responding to my comments this week, and then Fluke was like right next to me in the comments. Oh, it's been an amazing week with Fluke and Ash Coyote. Plus, like, Fluke put out 2 videos this week. I don't know how, but he's an incredible creator if you haven't already checked him out. Amazing furries and amazing creators. So definitely want to have both of them on the show very soon. So on the back it says, from the YouTube team themselves. I'm just going to read this way because it's a lot easier. Sorry. So YouTube says, it's been quite a year, during a time when the world really needed it. Your voice and videos comforted your community and helps us all feel more united. As 2020 comes to a close, we want to acknowledge your creativity and resilience and express our gratitude for the many ways you've supported the global YouTube family. To show our appreciation, we've partnered with 4 incredible international artists to design a gift that's as bold and unique as you are. The enclosed loungewear, perfect for chilling at home or filming content, features the work of one of those designers and showcases their unique style and point of view on global unity. Consider this one big, super comfy hug. Consider this one big, super comfy hug. Given this unprecedented year and the mental health toll of the pandemic, YouTube has also made a $100,000 donation on behalf of YouTube creators to UNICEF mental health advocacy projects to provide youth, particularly teens, around the world with support and services. I just want to reread that because that alone is incredible. Given the unprecedented year and the mental health toll of the pandemic, YouTube has also made a $100,000 donation on behalf of YouTube creators to UNICEF's mental health advocacy projects to provide youth, particularly teens, around the world with support and services. So they are very much on board with any kind of help for mental health and depression and self-harm. So that's why we were able to create such an amazing episode on that. On behalf of your fans around the world, including all of us at YouTube, thank you, Team YouTube. From Team Sustainability at YouTube, they say this package was designed with the earth in mind, and details were sourced to be as harm-free for the environment as for you. All boxes are made from 100% recycled materials, and all ink treatments are solvent-free and printed through a process that eliminates the release of harmful compounds. The package was designed with reuse in mind, and everything shipping box, printed paper items, even the tape is recyclable when you're finished with it. I probably won't get rid of the box, though. I'll probably put that on my nightstand because it's pretty dang cool. Artist postcards. Included are postcards showcasing the 4 artists with whom we partnered to tell their global family stories through unique artwork. Keep them as art and inspiration, or share the love by mailing them to a member of your global family. You can also share the love by supporting these artists and continuing the conversation with them on your platforms. So that is the packaging. That was a lot of packaging to go through and a lot of words to say on camera. But that's what YouTube sent to us in packaging. If you haven't guessed by now, this is what YouTube sent to us. Luna, thank you so much. You don't have to do that, but thank you. Thank you, Luna. Give it up for Luna in the chat. Luna, you are valid. Hashtag Luna is valid. So this is what YouTube actually sent to us. A pair, like a sweater, a really nice sweater. It's so comfy, by the way. Oh my God. It also has, I'm going to stand up for just a second just to show you. But it also has YouTube logo on it. So I get to wear that around now. And that looks awkward. Oh my God. Okay. You're going to make me cry. But okay. Brenna says, hey, Matt, how has your mental health been? Are you getting the support and time you need? You've done so much for us, and we will always support you. I deeply appreciate that. I'll get back to that question in just a second. Luna says, another super chat. As promised, here you go. Thank you so much to Brenna and Luna. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my God, you're amazing. Thank you. You're just amazing people. All right. Thank you. You have no idea how much that means to me. Just thank you for being here. So my mental health has been rocky the past couple weeks. And I've kind of expressed this on the Discord a little bit. But through the meditation, because at first I thought it was just straight up another. Oh my God, thank you. Oh my God, Luna. Luna, you're valid, and thank you so much for being here. Notice hashtag the gaming for flutist. Oh, so it's oh, noise, not notice. Sorry, words are hard. But so this past couple weeks has been kind of hard, and I was suicidal for a long time there for the month. But then at somewhere in the middle of the month, a friend reached out to me and he's like, "So what you're having is panic attacks, and what you need to do is you need to do breathing exercises and do meditation for anxiety." And I've been greatly helped by doing that. So I'm so much better than I was before. Brenna, hashtag Luna is valid. We support you, Luna. Oh my God. You're just amazing in the chat tonight. Okay. Thank you. Do a dab for the donation. All right. I will. I can do that. Thank you. But I'm going to do a dab for every donation. Hold on. How many have we had so far total? All right. Luna. Brenna. Luna. Brenna. Luna. Acadia. Fruit. And Logan's Junk. Oh my God, Acadia. Thank you. Let's go donation train. I hope everyone is okay. Love you. Love all of you. This community is the best. Thank you. We're gonna do a dab for everyone now. All right. But yeah, YouTube sent me this. No. Where was I going with that? Okay, there was a point. Okay. No. I had a very difficult couple weeks. Luna, thank you. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. But no, the 20 dabs. Wait. Wow. Okay. Wait. All right. 20 dabs. Yeah, you want 20 dabs? I'll do 20 dabs. But yeah, it's been a very difficult couple weeks, and then all of a sudden my friend is like, "Yeah, do the meditation," and I'm like, "Oh my God, it's so much better now." Acadia, oh my God, more dabs. We need more. All right, I can do this all night if you want me to. Wow, you guys are amazing. All right. Whew. Wow. Thank you. You have no idea. Thank you. My tail's wagging so much right now. All right. Thank you. I'm a furry, by the way. If you didn't know that, that was a thing that I broke the news to some people this week on. Wait, no. Luna says, sing the SpongeBob theme song. Okay, I wish I can do that, but there'd be a copyright strike on the channel if I did. And if we get 3 copyright strikes, our channel is deleted. So I don't want to do that. I would love to do that. I love the SpongeBob theme song, but I can't do it legally. But yeah, so like YouTube sent me the sweater and also a pair of pants that match. So apparently I'm going to look like Bob Ross now, but it's really cute. And I love it. It's so cute. Tell you what. No, hold on. What I can do is I can't sing the song, but what I could do, SpongeBob theme song. All right. Lyrics. SpongeBob lyrics. All right. I can do a part of it. You guys do a part of it. All right. Are you ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain. I can hear you. Aye, aye, Captain. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? By the way, oh, you sent a super chat just to say it's pronounced a. Oh, sorry. Hold on. A. Acacia. Is that right? I had to think that one out more than I probably should have had to, because I'm a very derpy puppy. But thank you, Matt the gay puppy. Yes, bark. This year I came out as a furry too, and that was kind of cool. All because of you guys, and all because of the support that you guys have had. All right. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea, absorbent and yellow as poor as the sea? If nautical nonsense be something you wish, then drop on the deck and flop like a fish. Dab. I can do that. Yes, that's how you pronounce it. All right, thank you. I struggle with names sometimes, more than I probably shouldn't. But anyway, yeah. So, YouTube, thank you so much for all of this. Really means a lot to the creators that you guys just go out of your way to help us, not just with like ad revenue, because a lot of people think it's just about the ad revenue, but the support you give us and the clothes and the presents every so often don't hurt either. So thank you. And the present back in Pride Month, that was pretty cool too. But thank you. Alrighty. And the collabs you've had us be a part of this past year. That was kind of cool. We were part of a lot of collabs, which got us a lot of recognition and a lot of cool stuff. Oh, and they bought me a free dinner back in June. So they're like, yeah, here's like $50. Go buy dinner somewhere and be nice to your crew. And I'm like, cool, thank you. And back then I only had one crew member, so I only had to treat one person. It was kind of really cool. So yeah. So what we're going to do now that we've gone through the YouTube gifts, I also have one more gift to show you. Your local I have fan art from you, by the way. But I'm going to show you this first, because this is what oh no, I'll show you this first, because this is a little bit more on point to what I was just talking about. Camera and display. Alright, so this is my nephew around me, but that's the sweater that when I opened it up from YouTube and stuff this morning with my whole family around. So that's my nephew in his new jacket too. I love him to bits. Anyway, so this is what my sister got for me for Christmas. Something I requested. This is a brand new backdrop for the show. So, you know how last year, in the middle of the year, all of a sudden we changed backdrops for the show, and it was like a whole bunch of different pieces of fabric. That was super heavy on this rig, and it was a lot of like work to set it up and set it down. So that still is a backdrop that we can use for other things, but or to make this bigger. But now we have this one from Katie Backdrop Store, which is really expensive what it is. But super lucky that she got this for me. So this is the new backdrop for the show. We still have to iron out all the wrinkles for it because I just put it up this morning. But this is the new backdrop for the show. And that way, even better rainbows in the backdrop of every single episode. And this is a lot easier to transport if we wanted to take the show on the road one day, which we very much plan on doing in 2021 once this pandemic is over. So that was kind of cool this year. Oh my God. Thank you again. Hashtag Matt the dabbing gay SpongeBob rainbow furry king. There's a lot of adjectives in that hashtag. But I love it. Thank you. Thank you. Dab for you. Dab for you. Thank you. Wow. You're too nice. You're way too nice to me. So that was cool. Also this morning I got surprised by one of you guys. This came in through our Discord this morning. No, wrong way. I was zooming out instead of zooming in. Oh no, this is from you. What the? This is from you. I didn't even... Okay. Luna... Here? What's here? Oh, it's down here? What's down here? But thank you, Luna. Luna is valid. Hashtag Luna is valid. I'm going to do a dance every time now, too. But... oh, my goodness, guys. All right. So, this came in on our Discord from Acacia. I'm going to pronounce it right from now on. This came in this morning, and I'm super appreciative that they sent it in, because this made my whole freaking day. Camera display, here. This came in, yes. Also, I just got a PBR mug for Christmas. Yay. And Circuit the Fur says epic. So, thank you for sending that in. That made my whole freaking morning this morning, okay? This seriously made my whole morning. I woke up to that as the first thing I saw on my Discord server in the morning. Like, I wake up and I check the server first thing, and that's the first picture that I see. So I just want to thank you for sending that in, and thank you for supporting the show. It means so much to me, not just with merchandise, but now super chats. You've been incredible. So thank you. A million times thank you. Cannot thank you enough. Wrong one. Nope. There we go. Right one. All right. Sorry. That probably made y'all nauseous. But thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you for supporting the show. Not just through super chats, but just for being here in general. Thank you. Yeah, that's been amazing. So that was all of our Christmas gifts. But yeah, that made my whole day, because it wasn't just you, but it was a bunch of people sent in stuff today that they got from their families and stuff, from the channel, like merchandise or the book, and it's so amazing to be in a position where I get to help people for a living, and where I have that effect on other people's lives now. It is not lost on me. Every single moment I'm in the studio anymore making an episode, I constantly imagine just 20,000 of you sitting behind the camera, and just I know that I have this responsibility now. I don't take that responsibility lightly, and my family will tell you, part of the reason I've had anxiety attacks for the past couple of weeks now has been, like, I had all this stress going on, and then I realized, like, here I am, thinking about suicide, but then I'm like, well, what would all these students do without me? What would all these people do without the channel being there? And that's what's been holding me together. And then earlier this week, I had to leave a group chat on the Discord server because it was a group chat to help someone that was suicidal, but I was so stressed that I couldn't handle it at the moment, and I felt terrible that I had to leave that chat for my own mental health. But you guys all picked up the slack, and really helped that person out. But I was deeply, deeply depressed for like the longest time over having to leave that chat, because I in many ways I feel like I have to be the strong one, and when I'm not able to be the strong one, and when I'm depressed or something, I felt like I couldn't show that to you guys because I'm the one that's supposed to be helping you, you know? Not the other way around. And then it turns out where you guys helped me so much this week and someone even like wrote in a comment, or multiple people wrote this in the comments, that I don't have to act strong when I'm not strong. I can just be myself. And everyone has moments where they're down, so just show everything and don't hide that part, because it's human to feel down sometimes. And so yeah, I'm gonna grab some water, but I'm gonna put it in my PBR mug because honestly, why the fuck not? That's an amazing way to outlook on it. I put my chocolate milk in the mug all the time. Of course you can ask us a question, Lisa. Of course you can. I'll pay attention to the chats for the next little bit just because of that. And then we'll get to some fan art of Shadow, some fan art in general, and then we'll get to reading Shadow's First Christmas in its entirety. So that's the thing. But for all the people that weren't able to get a copy today, I know that some of your families aren't supportive, and so getting an LGBTQ book is not that, you know. Oh, thank you. Says, great quality mug. Oh, thank you. Well, we definitely chose our manufacturers well on all of our items, and I wanted to make sure that they are good quality products for you guys, because I don't want you taking something home and being like, oh crap, that sucks, you know. So we really tried to make sure that when you guys have a merchandise item, it's good enough quality that's going to last you a long, long, long time. What's your question, Lisa? You can leave it in the chat now if you want. Unless you left it on my Discord and I'm just not on there right now. But, no, it's not on here. Oh, welcome. Welcome, Luna, to our Discord. Yeah. And I'm kind of sad I can't get a mug. Honestly, it did. I know you want a mug and stuff, but have a virtual one. And there's yeah, Luna, I saw that you were on our Discord. Thank you for joining. And by the way, just legally speaking, I only have 3 friends on Discord. The 3 friends, the 2 of them I've known my entire life from high school and beyond, Becca and Chris, who are producers of the show and a writer of the show. And then we also have the psychologist who's on there, and they're my friend on Discord. But other than that, I try to not accept friend requests from anyone else other than the people I really, really know for a long time. And they're not like just fans of the show. So that's sort of like a rule of thumb for what I do. Just because if I accepted friend requests from certain people and not others, then it would offend everyone. So yeah, I mean, and I know you feel sad about not having a mug. So is your question, can you get a mug without buying it? Is that your question? Really, like, we have a lot of items that I know not everyone is going to be able to get because they have homophobic or transphobic family members at the moment, and I know that. But there's a lot of things on our website, prideclassroom.com, that you can download for free, and they're downloadable items, so they're going to be on your computer, but they're all free. So that way, you know. Oh yeah, legally, Marcuson. I'm able to be on the Discord and moderate it, but being friends with a whole bunch of kids in where I live in America is kind of frowned upon, you know. So I'm, you know, unless you can prove that you're an adult, you know, then I generally don't accept friend requests from people, just because it might look a little strange that this, because especially it's sad because the stereotypes our community has, some of the homophobes out there will say that we're trying to turn the frickin' frogs gay, and we're trying to turn kids gay just so we can be with them. Because in the Bible, if you remember, in our episode, how being gay is not a sin, all of a sudden pedophilia was put right next to homosexuality. It was never in there. It was translated from the old Latin version of pedophilia is wrong to all of a sudden now in the current version of the Bible it says, you know, pedophilia and homosexuality is wrong. Well, that's not a translation. That's an addition into there were words completely added in that changed the context of what they were saying. And so what ends up happening is a lot of homophobes now think that gay people are trying to turn kids gay just so that we can have relations with young children. And it's like, that's so messed up. Like, no one's advocating for pedophilia here. No one. And it's so messed up. And we just had a comment like yesterday on one of our Pride Flags episodes of, you know, you got to remember that you guys support the MAP flag, which is a pedophilia flag. And I'm like, no, we don't. That's why we never mentioned it in the episode, because it's not a pride flag at all. It's a very messed up flag that I have no idea why you would fly it, because it's illegal, and it should be illegal. You know, no one's. Those translators were severely messed up in the head. There's no question about it. They were messed up in the head, but they've caused us the 2-3 people that did it severely caused us monumental challenges nowadays, you know, of overcoming homophobia and overcoming transphobia, and everything we're fighting for right now for equality is because of those like 2-3 people way back in the day. So it's horrible. Chat, Mad needs a virtual gift. So it's kind of it kind of makes me angry sometimes that those people translated it incorrectly and just added words in there. But because those are so closely related to each other now, because of homophobes, I inherently don't want to make anything on this channel look like I'm trying to entice kids to come here. All of our videos are made for adults that kids can also watch. They're made for general audiences. All of our stuff is very much, you know, like in the live streams, I'll sometimes curse and I'll sometimes make references to adult things just because, like, that's just who I am as an adult. That's the way I joke around. But it's also like, oh, thank you for the virtual monkeys. Thank you. And Luna, all the super chats that we get from the channel go to help make even better and bigger content for the channel in the future. I don't take a single penny of that money at all. I would much rather spend that money on, you know, getting a better internet service so that we can stream better, or we can, you know, like the numerous things that we need for the channel. I'd much rather do that. Like the cell phone, like I can now record in 4K for all of our videos, or no, so I can record in 4K when I'm on the road, and I just need a quick clip of something if something happens, or rather than taking a big camera rig out, you know. So all of that kind of stuff is stuff that helps the channel, but it's all, every penny here goes towards that. I've said a long time now that I don't want to pay myself from YouTube ad revenue and super chats or merchandise or any of this until my team is paid and we're at a point where, you know, but Luna, please do it for yourself with my $25. You deserve it. All right. But I'm buying something for me and the channel. That's going to help both of us. How about that? Compromise. But yeah. But I always want to spend the money that I make off this channel on the channel. Because I feel bad taking the money. Because my business, Madhausen Productions, which is, you know, the company that originally sponsored the show here, and has allowed me to have all the film equipment to make the show. It's like Madhausen Productions is what pays for my bills. That's what pays my rent. It's what pays my food bill, you know, all that kind of stuff. So if I took money from the channel, it would make me feel bad of like, oh, I'm trying to profit off of being an activist. At least at the moment. Definitely one day I want to make this my full-time thing of this channel. Maybe not on YouTube, but I definitely want to make education. I'm still going to have the YouTube channel as long as, you know, YouTube is still around. But I think one day we're going to build a network big enough that we're not solely on YouTube. It would be on other platforms as well, you know? And that way we could do a whole lot, like, of education. We go to schools and do things. I have to... okay, sorry. I have to go. Sorry, I can't believe I can't be here for the reading. Also, can you still get Shadow's First Christmas after today? Yes. You can always get Shadow's First Christmas. It's always going to be available on Amazon forever. So, yeah. Or as long as Amazon is a platform. Or other major book retailers sell it as well. So, all of that is going to be forever available. People think that it's ending tonight because Christmas is over. There's always next Christmas. So, yeah. You can always get it for yourself. And it's a great book to read, not just during the holidays, too. Don't overwork yourself, Macha Moon says. Well, that's why I'm taking a little vacation next week. So next week, there's still going to be a video on Thursday, I think it is, but I'm taking the week off. So the video next Thursday is already made. It's already uploaded to YouTube. It's already ready to publish at a certain time. I don't have to do anything for it. And normally what I would do during the normal year is I would be working on next week's episode this week. But we don't have any episodes in January, which is kind of fortunate. Unfortunate for you all, but fortunate for us, because what ends up happening is during a normal year when COVID isn't a thing, February through March and April are very, very busy times for basketball season here in America, where I'm filming 6 days a week, you know, on the road for clients. And so to come back during that one day I have off and film an episode is kind of hard, especially a highly researched episode like we make. So this year, what we normally do for every show for our TV network is we take January off and we film all of February and March episodes in January. And that way I have 2 months of not having to worry about an episode coming out, you know? This year, because of COVID, we might be able to make some episodes in February and March, but that will just really help us going into June, because we're already thinking about Pride Month, where we have 2 Pride events that we're already live streaming. So those are huge events that we have to, and we're contracted to do them, which is so cool. But it's like those are coming up in June, and so I definitely want to Demi just sent us fan art. We're going to do a fan art in just a moment. Just give us a second to get to it. But yeah, so, Lisa says hi. Matt, I definitely know I definitely deserve a vacation after the week I've been through for work. So that's why we're taking a week off. But we'll do episodes in January that will be made in advance, and that way in February and March, when we're making those episodes, we're actually going to start making the episodes by Everyday Cat. Thank you so much for joining us, and see you back soon. We'll be live for a couple hours tonight. But we're actually going to start making the episodes for June in February and March this year, because we know June is such a big month for our community, not just in broadcasting our Pride events and stuff that we sponsor, but in just general. It's such a big event for the community, so we like to make 3 episodes a week for June, and that's hard to do in June. I had to do it last year, where we actually had to make 3 episodes in June for June, and that's crazy. So, and YouTube decided to sponsor us, and we just surpassed the YouTube Partner Program threshold on June 1st. So we were like, yeah, let's come up with 20 different merchandise items. Let's somehow try to link our ad revenue to our bank account so we can start paying for all these episodes we made. Let's broadcast an entire live stream an entire Pride event on our own. Let's without any camera guys, let's do 3 episodes a week. Plus, let's be a part of all these collaborations with other LGBTQ YouTubers, because YouTube's asking us to do that, and we're like, oh my god, that's a lot to do in June. So it was insane June. So this year we're planning ahead, and we're like, February and March, we're going to make episodes for June. That way, June is still going to be crazy no matter what we do, but it's not as crazy. Circuit says, hey Matt, I have some good news. My new drawing equipment, except for my stylus, that's going to arrive in a few days. That's awesome. That is awesome. Awesome to hear. I'm going to start making artwork as soon as my stylus arrives. I want one so bad, but that's for the company to pay for, not the channel. Because I love your artwork, Circuit. Seriously. Oh, and also, I shared it with some furry friends of mine. They absolutely love it as well. So, I mean, if you ever do commission work, some of the furries that I know might might want you. Anyway, how are we all doing? Oh my god, there's so much. Alright, there's so much coming in right now. So many notifications. Michaela says Merry Christmas as well. Michaela is the trans woman who headed the entire Pottsville Pride event last year. By the way, she was diagnosed with COVID a little while ago, and she's been in the hospital recovering from that. She's doing well in recovery from what I'm hearing, but she definitely needs your thoughts and prayers. So, she says Merry Christmas. I'm okay. I'm doing a lot better than I was last week. Yeah, I'm doing okay. So let's go through. Let's start off with Circuit because, I mean, why not? Circuit's here, and Circuit deserves it first because look at us. Look at this. So in the furry community, there's a game that furries play called reindeer games of turning your fursona into a reindeer by putting antlers on your fursona. And so my fursona is a puppy, a derpy little puppy with a rainbow collar. And so Circuit comes in and puts antlers on and makes this adorable derpy puppy with brown eyes perfectly as well because my eyes are brown. I don't think I ever told you that. But so hashtag reindeer games and happy holidays to Matt and the PBR crew. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. That made, seriously, I told you this already. That made my whole freaking week. This also had me going for a while. This is from Ivy on our Discord. So this is a recreation of the Pride stage at the Pottsville Pride event last year. This is that in Minecraft. So you spent a lot of time and effort doing this, making this in the PBR fan server on Minecraft, which I don't have any control over. Don't ask me how to get into it because I have no idea. But some of the fans have a Minecraft server for PBR, and this is what they created. It was amazing to see. I shared this with Michaela, who was the director of that Pride event, and she is in absolute love with it, and she wants to thank you from the bottom of her heart as well. This comes in from Wild Brush 2. I believe this is Marcus. But this is powered by rainbows with puppy flag, a window symbol, and I'm not sure what that was, but loading the teamwork because we're all a team starting up here. So that was really cool. I love that. This also comes from Wild Brush, which again I think is Marcus, if I'm not mistaken. You can let us know in the comments. Here, okay, sorry, you can't see that. Okay, here are tips to celebrate Pride Month while still in the closet. This is a recreation of one of our episodes that we did for you. This year, we really paid attention to the comments this year, which you guys seem to like a lot. Because I loved responding to comments, but also like we came out with an episode called I think 9 tips to celebrate Pride Month from home because we knew it was COVID and we knew there was some ways to celebrate Pride, but we couldn't go out celebrating in big parties. So we knew we wanted to make this episode called, different ways you can celebrate Pride Month from home. And that did incredibly well. And people kept on asking, hey, can you make another episode on like ways to celebrate Pride Month, but while you're closeted, and you can't really show it. And so we did an episode on that. That did even better, way better than we ever expected. And then, so we're definitely doing more closeted stuff next year. But then this is like a recreation of that exact episode with a film reel in the background, with our poster in the background. Now, this is the old set for PBR, a piano off to the side, which I had. I still have it on set. It's just not seen on camera too much right now. A film slate and the rainbow flag. This was an awesome recreation. I love seeing that. I think that was the other day on the server, but thank you so much. The time you guys spent on this is just incredible. I'll do the animation last. So this is fan art of Alex and Troy from our book, Shadow's First Christmas. So we challenged you this month to come up with fan art of Alex and Troy and Shadow in the story of line of Shadow's First Christmas. And, there really is no prize for it other than the recognition here of getting your name on YouTube. But Sky sent in my interpretation of Alex and Troy. Pride and Love t-shirts, really good artwork, all hand-drawn, really talented. And I very much appreciate you guys spending the amount of time you spend on all this artwork. I mean, some of you have asked, like, how can I review art and not hate any of it? Because I don't hate any of it. Because, like, you guys spend so much time on it. Why would I hate any of it, first off? And secondly, you're way more talented than I am. So just get that out of the way. And just amazing. So this is Alex and Troy by Matthew Kim. Holding a rainbow flag, holding each other's hand, because we had that in the story, that they're walking the dog and they're holding each other's hand on their walks. And then Shadow's over here with a little bone and the rainbow collar. It's so cute. Anyway, okay, I love that. So that was Matthew Kim. We'll go to this one next. I'm trying to do the hand-drawn ones first because that takes so much time. This is Shadow by JJ Has Cats. Amazing. Adorable. I just want to pet that puppy so bad. And the tail's even wagging like, oh. I want a puppy so bad. Literally, that's all I wanted for Christmas. But I know I have to get a boyfriend first, and I need to get my own place first. This was really good, too. Maggie, I think, sent in this of Shadow, which is the rainbow heart behind Shadow and a little scarf on Shadow as well, which is just so adorable. And, oh, my God. And a Santa hat, too. Oh, see, you're so talented, and I don't even know how to compete. I don't want to compete. It's just so talented. It's so nice to see. And then this is Alex and Troy, I believe, from Lynn, with hot cocoa in their hands, just saying hi to each other. I love it. I love it. So talented. And the Christmas lights in the background and the Christmas tree. Didn't even notice that at first. Wow. Okay. I need to look at these closer because they're really good. This is from Lily, who sent in the collar. We said you can interpret the book however you want. If you can't draw people, that's perfectly fine. I can't draw people to save my life, so I told people you can interpret it however you want. And Lily sent in with a puppy pride flag, which is awesome. I do love that flag. And the collar, rainbow collar, which is all sparkly, which I love. I want a collar like that. Now, I know what. I didn't just say that on camera. Shadow owners Troy and Alex, thank you so much. And the rainbow in the background, that was awesome. I'm gonna go back to my face cam just for a second, just to check on the chat, because I know you guys are probably chatting away here. Guess what, Matt? Electric keyboard, awesome. I have a Yamaha as well. They're amazing keyboards to play. I know. Your local bad boy says, why is all of it so epic? That's pretty much my expression to all of your fan art all the time. Because I'm just, first off, I'm amazed you guys can come up with the fan art and send it in. And that I'm somehow worthy of getting fan art, which is beyond me. And if you want to join the Discord, it's linked in the description of all of our main episodes. I don't know if it's linked in the description of this one. Is it linked here? No, it's not. Okay, you would need to go to one of our other episodes and get it, but it's definitely linked there, or on our About page on the YouTube channel. Let's go back to more fan art, because there's way more of it. This is from Everest. Here we go. Everest sends in Shadow. Rainbow collar, Shadow. I love that. Boopy little nose. I want to boop it so bad. Anyway, I love the ears. I love the ears so much. I love the dangling ears so much. That's my persona. Oh, and yes, I did write the entire book as if I'm Shadow, and Alex and Troy are crushes of mine in real life. But that's Everest. First one. There's two from Everest. This is the second one. I think this is an updated version, I think. But still, Rainbow Bandana, which I absolutely love and want one so bad now. Oh my god. That shading on that, by the way, the shading in this picture is just freaking incredible. So, kudos to your artwork. Man. Oh. If I was half as talented as you guys are. And then this is from Kokichi Kameda. Kamieta? Kamieta. I'm gonna go with that. Crazy Moki. That's much better. Okay, that's a lot easier. Shadow's First Christmas, the big city in the background. It's a rainbow city. This was amazing because it's like it's a park here. And I told you guys you can interpret the story however you want. You don't have to necessarily draw people. This was amazing to see come in because it really varied up the artwork that was coming in from just Shadow. But I absolutely love it. Oh my god. If this is not a poster by the end of the night, I don't know what happened. But this comes in from Circuit the Fur of Shadow. Literally my first on it in like shadow form. So this was amazing. And the little tail is just Circuit, you make such Circuit, if you aren't doing commissions for a living right now, start a website. Because you should be. Seriously. Yeah, some of these are just I mean, I don't feel worthy of any of these, but some of these are just like this by Machamoon. Like, if you draw this well, how are you not doing commissions for a living? Rainbow Santa hats, which I genuinely want now. If someone can find me Rainbow Santa hats on Amazon, I will buy them for the show. But rainbow hearts on the Christmas tree, which I do love the attention to detail. The fireplace, which is an extra added detail that was in the story that definitely you picked up on. Alex and Troy here. Oh my god, it's so cute. And such a happy little puppy that he found his home. This should have been the cover to that I Am book, honestly. Like, seriously, if I can go back and make the book again, these two would like be the cover instead of this. But wow, you know, the talent coming out of everyone just this past month has been so overwhelming. And then we had an animation, which was something very, very unique, come in from your local bad boy. This was sent in from Flippa Clip. I don't think there's audio, but it's Shadow hiding underneath the bed. Oh wait, I didn't notice. Okay, so I know Shadow is hiding underneath the bed, right? I'll move. Hold on, I'll move this so you can see it. Hold on. All right. So this is Shadow hiding underneath the bed like he does in the story, right? And then coming out just to like peek his head is out, and then come out when you're ready, which is a perfect sentiment for this show of coming out only when you're ready. Wow. Some of this just freaking blows my mind that you did this in a month. And I'm just amazed. So thank you for that. Thank you for doing all of that fan art. I know there's more to cover. We'll get to that in a little bit. So yeah, that was just amazing. And also, while I was apparently away, we got a super chat from Solaris Studio. Thank you so much. Beyond words right now, guys. Thank you. It's so cool. I'm buying it. Right? The book is amazing. Yeah, there's just so much to be thankful for this year. I know a lot of people are down because of the virus, and I've been down because of the virus too, because I've been stuck inside. But at the same time, I get to make more episodes of the show this year because of it, and I got to really put everything I have into this channel. And now next year, I don't really have to go back to my other work as much because this is the more important thing now. If you want to submit fan art, there's a fan art channel on the Discord server. I think it's labeled. I'll get a second. If you go to the Discord server and you click on the fan art and mock-ups channel, you can submit through there, or you can also just submit through our fan art at prideclassroom.com. Ooh, I will definitely check out the furry assembly Discord server because I love furries. Because I am one. People are like, why were you so excited over Fluke like being in the next comment from you? And I'm like, because I'm a furry too, and one day all I want in life is to find my own Tyrox, you know? Like, Fluke and Tyrox are so cute together, they're so happy together, I would never want to break them up. But like one day I want my own Tyrox, you know? To find a man as nice as them two are would just be amazing. I need to get a gay Santa hat. I couldn't find my regular Santa hats, by the way. So, that happened today. But yeah. Okay. Okay. So, you're okay with me sharing it? Okay. Then I'll share it. Stickers. This comes in from Rebellious Pastry, who sent this in to me. Camera and display. It's Rebellious Pastries stickers of okay, now here's the true test. I'm going to try to guess all of them. Let me see if I can do it. Hold on. All right. Can I open them up? Yeah, I can. Okay. So I'm going to guess this one is non-binary, if I remember correctly. You can let me know, and hold on, I'll get the comments back out here. I'll pop out the chat really quick, so I can see all your chats over here. Yeah. You'll find a gay Santa hat. Thank you. I will look at the drawings in just a second. I'm going to go through these really quick. And there's so much fan art to go through this month. So I'm going to guess non-binary for this one. I think that's right. Bisexual. Pride flag. Gay man's pride flag, if I'm not mistaken, because I believe that was, I believe that, yeah. Yeah, I think that's gay man's pride flag. Non-binary. Wait, what? I think those are the same. Now we're getting more complex. Oh man. See, even I don't know all 95 of them. There's 95 pride flags, and then we're like, hey, let's like let's add like 200 and some odd like gay handkerchief code things that gay people have to remember too at pride events, and then we'll add like we have 150 some holidays throughout the year. So I'm like, oh my god, there's a lot to remember. Yeah, I'll show you. Here's a list of all of the. There's more than that. What? There's more than what? Here's all the LGBTQ holidays that we have. Like, you guys think it's hard coming up with ideas for the show? When basically there's this many holidays throughout the year that we try to make episodes for, like that, for Puppy Day, we'll make an episode that week about being in the pup tribe, you know? So it's like about that topic that week, you know? And then when you have Pride Event week, or Pride Event month, it's like, oh my god, it's so crazy, you know? That it's just so crazy. So what's this one? I don't remember this one. I think it's Demi something, but I'm not 100% on that one. Can someone let me know in the chat what that is? Because I don't know what that one is. I forget. And then we'll move on to the next one. Demigender. Demigender. Okay. I knew it was Demi something. I just didn't know what. Okay. Yeah. That was... I don't know why I forgot that one. But, see, I did this episode like 6 months ago, and I already forget. So, if you ever, like, feel like you don't know these flags or you don't remember all of them, don't feel bad. Even, like, the experts apparently don't know all of them. I mean, it's hard to remember. So this one... Oh, I actually know this one. Asexual, right? Am I right? I think that's asexual. Because one of my friends is starting an activist group on asexual stuff, and this is the flag that they always share. I think that's right. Ally pride flag. Demi girl? No. Okay, I think this is Demi girl. No, Demigender? No, because Demigender was the last one. Ace pride. Thank you. Ace. Well, Ace is asexual, right? Yeah. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. Thank you, Millie. What's the Discord? The Discord, if you hop onto... There's links in the description of our latest episodes. Apparently, I forgot to put it in this one. I'm sorry. But if you go to our channel and you click on the About page for our channel, you know how there's like home, videos, playlist, community, merchandise, and then About. If you click on the About, you can get a link to our Discord. Gray sexual. Thank you. Gray sexual. I forgot that one. All right. Now, see, here's where they get really complex. Because I don't remember this one either. Wait, no. I know how to figure it out. Pride, flags. Rainbow Depot. I know how to figure it out. Okay, no, don't click on adult toys, Matt. Demi girl? Wait, that's Demi girl. Okay. Yeah, you did stump me. All right, that's the standard LGBTQ flag for the whole community. Puppy pride flag, which I deeply appreciate because I know you did that special just for me. Gray sexual. Well, let's look it up together. Gray sexual, sometimes spelled... Oh, no, that's gray sexual. Oh, gray asexual. Okay, yeah. It's spelled gray sexual. Is used to refer to people who experience limited sexual attraction. In other words, they experience sexual attraction very rarely or with very low intensity. This is also known as gray asexuality, grade A, or grade ace. So there's your flag for that one. I believe that more specifically is gray sexual. So yeah. This is ace. This is ace in general. This is gray asexual. So there we go. What were we doing? I know we were doing something. We were back in here. Puppy pride flag. Thank you so much for that. I love that. And then pansexual, I believe. I'm pain asexual. Pan asexual. Okay. I think this is pansexual. This is like the test for the teacher. This is not fun. It's very fun, actually. It's the perfect way to end the year with a test for the teacher. Normally in school, your finals week is like, I give you a test. You're like, and then rebellious is just like, nope, nope. We're gonna give you the teacher a test. This is polyamory pride flag, if I'm not mistaken. I think. Let me. I can check faster than you guys can, because we're on a little bit of a lag. Um. I was right. It is. All right. I was right. All right. Um. Oh. Okay. Well, if we're just gonna keep stumping Matt, what do you have on your head? I have puppy ears. Barky, because I'm a furry. You may take them off. People have super chatted enough for me to have them on, but I guess no puppy ears for the puppy in the room. All right. All right. Rebellious. Give me a hint for this one. I don't know this one at all. I don't even have any direction for this one. Quick question. You're able to find out whoever you are and whenever, right? There's no actual age limit and you don't need X. No, God, no. No. Well, yes, I want a hint, but experience. No. So some people know that they are LGBTQ at like 3 or 4 years old. Some people figure it out at like 80. So like there's no certain age. And people who say that there has to be an age limit are generally homophobes and transphobes who just don't want you to come out ever, and they don't want you to be happy. Do the puppy ears for Fluke. Yeah, see? I like puppy ears. It's an ace flag of some sort. Oh, good lord. As I said in the bloopers episode, us gay people know gay shit, and we don't know. Matt, can you give some advice? Sorry. Can my 11-year-old know her sexuality? Of course they can. I was 11 years old. Sorry, this needed to be more intense. I was 11 years old when I first had a crush on my best friend at the time, Alex. And I knew there was something different about how I liked him compared to how I like girls or any other guy. Because for some reason, I was 11 years old and we went on hikes in the Boy Scouts together, and I just wanted to hold his hand on these hikes. I didn't really care. I didn't want to go on the hikes, but I wanted to hold his hand on the hikes. I wanted to, when we were all like high-fiving after like a really cool thing we did as a troop or as a class because he was in school with me, I didn't want to like high-five him. I wanted to hug him. And then I went to, I'm going to go get a hot chocolate. That's a good idea today. I should have done that. I have lemonade. Okay, Rebellious, I give up guessing on this specific one because I have no clue at all. And I know you gave me a hint, I just don't know. But I'll come back to the flag thing in just a moment. And so I went on this. I talk about this more in like Childhood Signs I Was Gay episode, but I went to a museum in Philadelphia, which is about 2.5, 3 hours away from where I live. So try to find me. No, that's only for the stalkers in the room. But I went down with him to Philly and with his parents at the time, and I was like, hey, I the whole day, I wanted to get him alone, away from his parents, because I wanted so bad to kiss him, and I didn't really know why. And at the end of the day, when he was dropping me back off at my house, well, his parents were dropping me back off. Like, so in the car ride to Philadelphia, his parents were talking about some sort of financial thing I don't really care about as an 11-year-old kid, you know. Nowadays, I'm like, yeah, I care about financials a lot. But back in those days, I couldn't care less about this kind of stuff. So his parents were talking about family finances. And I will get to you in 1 second, unless one piece of advice at a time. Sorry. So I knew, like, in that car ride, him and I started talking in the back seat, and we're just like, hey, you know, we're talking about first kisses for some reason. And Alex says, you know, I'll probably get my first kiss sometime, you know, way down the road. And I'm like, well, hopefully I get my first kiss today. And without thinking about it, because I knew that's what I wanted, I had no idea if he would pick up on it or not. And at that point, I really didn't care because I had such a big crush on him. And then what had happened was he said, wait, are you just going to kiss some random girl down here then at the museum? And I'm like, no, not that, you know. It'll probably be somebody I know. And he's like, oh, wait, do you know if one of our other classmates is going to be here? And I'm like, I have no idea, you know. And he's like, well, then who are you going to kiss? If you want to kiss someone you know and you want to have your first kiss today, who are you going to kiss? And I just didn't respond to it. I just went to the next topic right away. And his mom turned back from the passenger seat towards me, and she's just like, and then just keeps her eyes on the road the rest of the time, you know? So I know that she knew, you know? Luckily, she never said anything that I'm aware of. And yeah, so that day I definitely wanted to kiss him, but I didn't really call myself gay yet, you know? And throughout those years, I just never knew what this was. And so you always have the feelings when you're like 5 years old, you know that you're trans. When you're, you know, whatever age, you know that you're, thank you, by the way, it's from YouTube. We covered that earlier in the episode, but YouTube sent me this shirt and, well, it's a sweater and then a pair of pants that matches. And I have a bunch of gay history books now. But it's like, you know that you're LGBTQ at a very, very early age, but you don't know what it's called yet, because schools don't teach this education in our school system. It's not something where you know what it is, because you're not taught that being gay, that being transgender is completely valid and normal. You know, it's like, we'll get back to the flags. Sorry. Because I do like that idea of testing the teacher. It's brilliant on Rebellious Pastry's part. We have done some fan art, but there's plenty more to go. And Sky, some of yours was in, I know. Oh, sorry. Back to the stream, hopefully. Hopefully it gets less laggy. Sorry if that was laggy for a second. My server tried to do a backup. But so I think you always know that you're LGBTQ. You just don't have a name for it until later in life, until you learn what this is, you know? And because I remember back in like high school, I had just gigantic crushes on all these guys, and I just always wanted to be with them. And it's okay if you don't have crushes at all, because that's asexual, and that's, you know, it's perfectly fine too. But And just because you come out as one thing now doesn't mean that won't change over time, you know? Because sexuality is a spectrum, and it's sometimes constantly evolving, sometimes it stays the same, you know? I think from my own personal experience, I've always been gay, you know, but I think for other people I know for a fact that for other people from scientific evidence now that it shifts, you know, and that's perfectly fine too. But it throughout my entire high school, I knew I had these big crushes on guys, and there was nothing I can do about it, you know, because the one gay guy in school was so bullied that I ended up like realizing, hey, if I come out right now, if I start crushing on it, if I start asking these guys out like I really want to, I'm going to get just as bullied as he is. And so that just pushed me further and further into the closet. And so that's why on the show now we so much advocate for, and that's the main purpose of this show, is getting the school districts around the world to get to a point where they teach, here's what being gay is, here's what being bisexual is, here's what being LGBTQ is in general, like all of these things, here's all this scientific evidence of how normal and valid it is. And that way kids learn what these terms are of like, oh, that's what I am, you know? And it's completely normal and it's completely valid, you know? And it's, can you check out the fan art I put in the Discord? I will in just a second. I have 2 pieces of advice to give, and then we'll come back to that. I promise. Like, I'm trying here, people. I'm trying my best. I'm only one person. No. So I think you have these feelings all in your life, but then you learn what it's called later, and that's what coming out is. To yourself first, and then to other people, you know? And so these people that say, oh, how could you know that you were gay when you were 5 or 6 years old? Well, you knew that you were straight when you were 5 or 6 years old, so shut the hell up and sit down, you know? Like, you have no right to talk about that, you know? You have no right to judge how I feel because you felt the same way, just about a different person. That's all, you know? Like, so I know for a fact you can be, you know that you're gay at 11 years old. I know that because I was the same way. And it took me 14 years to say those words out loud to people. That's the only difference. You can know at these very, very early ages that you are gay or bisexual or transgender or you name it on the LGBTQI spectrum, right? You know this. In your heart, you know this. In your brain, you know this. It just takes you time to say it. Because maybe you don't know what that word means, and then maybe you just don't want to say it out loud because you're afraid others won't accept you. And so for me, I knew what I knew for a fact I was gay at 11 years old. And it took me 14 years beyond that point to say those words out loud to someone else for the first time. And now I'm 28, and now I get to host a TV show all about it. So I'm very lucky because I was very accepted throughout my entire life. So the second piece of advice that was asked here was by Alyssa Bertram. Can you give me some advice? My cousin went through my phone and found out I'm gay. Right. And, well, she was, like, getting all mad and stuff, and I don't know what to do. I'm guessing that was just today because it's Christmas. Can you give me some advice, please? How do I deal with my cousin hating my guts for being gay? She found out today. I don't know what to do. We'll get through this piece of advice, and then we'll go back to the flags for a little bit, and then we'll go back to fan art for a little bit. At some point, I want to read you the story. But we have 5 hours, so you know what? I don't care. So I love In a Heartbeat too. Oh my god, that's such a good film. Oh wow. So basically, she went for your phone, and you found out she doesn't like gay people. I know this is gonna sound, yeah, it happened a few minutes ago. Oh, freak. I know this is gonna sound a little bit like a stock answer to you, and I'm terribly sorry for that. But they are not your family. If someone hates on you for being gay, if someone hates on you for being trans, if someone hates on you for being bisexual, they are not your family. No. Doesn't matter if he's your cousin, your mom, your dad, they are no longer your family. They have no right to call themselves your family if they're not accepting of you for being who you are and loving who you love. They have no right to call themselves that. And so, if your cousin found your phone, first off, they were snooping on your phone without your permission. Or they were on your phone in places that you didn't give them permission to be on. And they shouldn't have done that. Secondly, if they're mad at you now over something that you have no control over, of being gay, here's what a lot of people don't understand about homophobia. You have no control over your DNA. I don't have any control over my DNA. I'm gay. There's nothing I can change about that. I'm always going to like guys. I'm always going to want to, be with guys and kiss guys and date guys and marry a guy someday. I'm always going to want that. And what do I remind you of? I would love to know what I remind you of. That's interesting. But sorry, I get emotional on this. But literally, it's like I can't change who I am. The only thing out of the situation is when I tell you that I'm gay, or if you find out that I'm gay. Which, by the way, no one knows it's a secret I'm gay, okay? I just have 20,000 subscribers who happen to know, and 1 million views this year. On a TV show all about being gay. I like how people are still commenting, by the way, and they're like, so I was wondering, are you actually a part of the LGBTQ, or are you just an ally? And I'm like, it would be really cool for an ally to host this show, but it takes a gay personality. Anyway, we have a trans channel coming next year, so that's kind of cool. But anyway, that's besides the point. Season 4, baby. What I don't get is if I tell someone I'm gay and they don't accept that part of me, I'm making the choice to tell them. I'm opening that door of my life, and I'm letting them come into our party. I'm inviting them to my personal party. And I've said it a couple times before in the show of your birthday party or your Christmas party, you may not be able to control who is at that party. You may not be able to control, oh, that's grandpa and he's very racist, he's homophobic, he's transphobic, but we're still going to invite him to this Christmas party because he's family after all. Ugh, fuck that. Really, you should protect your children from that, if anything. But Sora's right. If your family is homophobic and transphobic, yeet them. Literally. I love my mom and the rest of my family, and you for helping me through this. Also, I got by Elliot. It was Levi, but me and my BFF Sky decided of Elliot. So I have lost 2 family members, but it's fine because this is me and I'm never going to change. And the thing is, my dad does not care that I'm gay. It's the fact that I'm trans. Your dad's okay, and your okay. Your family is not your blood family, and that's what I think a lot of people don't understand. That's the reason why we're live streaming tonight, is because your family is not blood. People don't understand this. Like, my dad is accepting to no end. My sister's accepting, and then they are family to me because they love me no matter what. But my mom is not family to me. She's not inherently homophobic, but she's also a person that wanted both of her kids to kill themselves. So, like, she's not my family, you know? And she's never going to be my family. But you guys are my family. And the LGBTQ is a family no matter what, so we have to stick by each other, you know? And do you have any tips on how to tell the family that I use they, them pronouns? Tell them I would first start out. Yeah, I mean, I would first start out with, like, making them call you by your name instead of, like, for instance, for me, I'm like, whenever you address me, if I was to do this, I would say to them, hey, when you address me, can you say Matt instead, you know? And that slowly takes them away from saying he, him pronouns. And then eventually I'll tell them, hey, you know, by the way, my pronouns are they, them, you know? And it's just an outright, like, sort of like rip the Band-Aid half off and then all the way off kind of thing, you know? Warm them up to it a little bit and then just rip the Band-Aid off and just tell them. And if they don't accept that, then, again, they are not your true family because they're not accepting. What I'm saying here is that when you're coming out to someone and you're telling them your pronouns, you're coming out as trans, you're coming out as non-binary, you're coming out as gay or bisexual, anything. When you're coming out to them, you are inviting them to your personal party. A celebration of who you are and a celebration of who you love. When you come out to them, you're inviting them to this party. That for once in your life, you get to control who is there. For once in your life, your parents don't get to say, hey, that's Grandpa. He's invited to the party, your birthday party, because he's family and we have to invite him. No, it's your party and your party alone. No one, even I can't tell you, hey, go invite your grandpa because, you know, he's your grandpa. No, don't do that if it's and when they know that you're LGBTQ, if at all. So if someone is homophobic or transphobic, then don't invite them to the party at all. Just don't. We're going to go back to this now. Testing. Did we answer that? Rebellious pastry. Did you ever tell me what this one is? Wait, is it laggy? Is it really laggy? Maybe it's laggy. Hopefully it's not laggy. Oh. Oh, great, the lag. Just give it 1 second, guys. Hey. So how we all doing tonight? Should be coming up any second. Hey. We might be back. We might be back. Are we back? I think we're back. I think we're back. Rebellious. Did you ever tell me what that one was? Because I forgot. I think we're back. Yeah, I think we're back. I just need to not go to that screen at all. All right. Back slowly. I think it's coming back. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Now we should be back. All right. I just won't go to that screen ever again. That was laggy as crap. Rebellious. What was that one? The one here. Camera and display. That one. I think we're gonna have to like give up on the queer platonic. There we go. All right, queer platonic. All right, now this one I know. All right, this one I know. Trans flag there. Lesbian, lipstick lesbian. Demisexual, demi-agender, I think. Gray something. Gray? No, it's not. Oh, I was wrong? What is it? No. Hold on. That's trans. That's definitely trans. All right. So, that's definitely trans. Yeah, right? How am I wrong on this one? You're saying I'm wrong, but it might be on the next one. I'm just lagging. Because chat's a little bit behind what I'm streaming. Guess who's back? Back again. No. Cool. No, how am I wrong on this one? Lisa. Can you see my In a Heartbeat fan art on Discord? Probably, but it's really yeah. Everyone's saying it's trans now. I might have seen message. I will see it on Discord, but we're gonna do one thing at a time because lag is a thing on my computer apparently. Your Professor Pride. Oh, name every pride flag then. Yeah, it's difficult. Lipstick lesbian, right? This one. Apparently we're testing the teacher tonight because one of our fans sent this in. Rebellious Pastry sent this in, and I'm like, oh my god. Normally at the end of the semester for like Christmas season, the professor gives you a test, and now you're like, no, let's reverse it and give Matt a test. Yeah. Okay, so that one's, yeah. Okay, I don't know why you're saying. Okay, this one is lesbian in general. Okay, this one is demi-asexual? Or demisexual? Agender. This one's agender? Wait, no. Wait, really? Agender. Oh, no, that's the next one. Okay. Demisexual flag. Demisexual. Okay, that one's demisexual flag. This one is the agender. Okay. Yay. Chat is severely behind what I'm streaming out. I need to like... Alright. This one is... Oh, frick, I know this one. It should be military, right? No. I'm probably wrong on that one. I'm going to have to wait for chat for this one. I think this is the military pride flag. Which is guys who like to dress up in military stuff. Nope. Oh, okay, what is it? Rebellious. Tell me. I'm not worthy. Aromantic. Is it aromantic? Aromantic. Flag. Dang it, you're right. Alright, oh, that's a cute little animation. I like that. Okay, that's all of them. Alright. So, now we go back to this one. And, yeah. So I probably got some emails since then. No, okay. Lesbian? You're screaming lesbian at me. Why? Oh, lipstick has a kiss on it. Okay. You're right. Right. Forgot. Okay, it's been 6 months since I did the episode, okay? Forgive me. I know the... Okay. To be fair, I know the puppy one and the rainbow one. But those are the only two that I am supposed to know. Well, I mean, I'm supposed to, as Professor Pride, I'm supposed to know them all technically, but my memory is not that big. I'm a little puppy brain up here, okay? No, agender has green in it. What? Oh, okay. You know what? We're gonna go past the flags. All right, Discord. What's on the Discord? And then we're reading the book. Dang it! I want to read this book. All right. Wait, what? Wow, Sky. Okay, Sky just blew me away. Camera and display. Sky. That is phenomenal. I love that. They're so cute. They're so in love. They're so in love. You're sketching during the live stream. You did this during the live stream. You guys work way too fast. Okay, I'm just saying. Cute. Okay. It's a close up. Oh. Wow. That's cute. And Becca is definitely going to love that. Because, like, she's very much into the anime characters. And bisexual. I like it. Rainbow around them both. They're so happy together. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that just made my whole night. What's on the general chat? Cats. Okay. Shadow, my service animal. What did you just realize, local? Your local boy. What did you just realize? Thanks, it's from In a Heartbeat. Wait, what? What? That's from In a Heartbeat. It is! Wow. That was good. You hid that well. Nice. Oh my god. That's nice. Alright. Alright. So, well, no. There's 94 pride flag. Hold on. Let me look this up. Handkerchief code. Alright. Handkerchief code. There are... Where's the actual list at? Oh, here it is. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. 65. There are 130 gay handkerchief codes that you, if you're a gay man, it's really nice to remember. 130 of them, plus 95 pride flags, plus 130 some holidays, plus there's a bunch of furry things you have to remember too, if you're a furry. And then there's a whole rule set and a whole like code of conduct and a whole like book of terminology that you kind of have to remember when you're going to like a pup pride event, and you're hanging out with a bunch of other puppies and furries. So there's a lot to remember. There's just so much to remember. Yeah, there's just so much to remember. It's beyond me. So I'm like, to remember all of that plus like the weekly episodes for me to memorize a little bit of, just so I can read it off the teleprompter enough so I sound intelligent saying it. Plus, like, the amount I learn about LGBTQ stuff all the time is just unbelievable. It's just, there's just so much. Alrighty. So, we are 2.5 hours in to a 5-hour long stream. And yeah, we're getting there. 100 likes already. Wow, and thank you all so much for the super chats so far. Just another huge shout out and thank you to all of the super chat people. Again, super chats are available just as a simple reminder, but thank you to the people who have already sent them in. You mean a lot to me, and you mean a lot to this show. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick little intermission, which is still going to be a live stream. We're still going to come back to this same exact thing. I'm just going to put a little screen up for a minute while I use the little men's room. I'm going to come back, and we're going to read Shadow's First Christmas. All right? I'll be back in just a minute. Don't worry. You don't want to take a second. Yeah. We'll be right back. See you in a second. To read Shadow's First Christmas. I'm a furry too, Lisa, by the way. So, thanks for...
You asked for my heart.
we're back. Welcome. All right. Y'all ready for Shadow's first Christmas? Because all I was able to read during the announcement video was like a quarter of it. And I'm so excited that I get to finally share with you the entire story of Shadow's first Christmas from beginning to end. Oh, did the music scare you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean for the music to scare you. Was it loud? Okay. See, while I'm away, I don't see the levels of the audio. Sorry. So, here's what we're going to do. Let's open Shadow's first Christmas. It's a Christmas story. Are you ready for story time? It's a Christmas story. On Christmas night. It's a Christmas story. On Christmas night. Are you ready for a Christmas story tonight? Okay. You got a onesie? Lucky. Okay. Alrighty. So this is the story. Oh, I should probably show you the picture, shouldn't I? Oh yeah. I'll show you the picture. Actually, I could just literally show you my screen, and that will show you the picture of. By the way, after this live stream, because we are sharing the full story of Shadow's first Christmas, the live stream will inevitably go away because we want people to eventually buy the book. But you know, if you like the book and you like hearing it so much, the reason why the announcement video only shared a quarter of the story was because we wanted people to buy the book, obviously. But if you like this whole story so much, it is available now on Amazon. All you have to do is type in, I will type it in chat right now, by the way, bit.ly/Shadows First Christmas. Yeah. HTTP. There we go. So all you have to do is click on that link if you like this story so much that you want to buy it for yourself and have this book come to your home. And next year we'll probably make a way so you can get a signed copy through the mail as well. But this year, that's the only one available. So let me see if I can zoom out here a little bit so you can see a whole page at a time. All right, here we go. Where's camera and display? All right. This is a story of a puppy named Shadow and his first ever Christmas. You join the Discord server by going to our About page and clicking on the Discord link. You have to go to like our YouTube channel, Powered by Rainbows, and then there's like home, videos, playlists, community tab, merchandise tab, and then there's the About tab. Go to the About, scroll down to Discord server link, along with all of our other links there for our Facebook and YouTube, or Facebook, Twitter, and our Discord. So click on that. That's how you join. This is the story of a puppy named Shadow and his first ever Christmas. Shadow is a 3-month-old Labrador retriever whose fur is soft and light brown. He walked the streets of this big city and found scraps of food laying next to the garbage cans outside of beautiful restaurants. You've got a rainbow fluffy blanket. Well, congratulations. I love that. I love fluffy blankets, and it would be amazing to have one in rainbow, so lucky you. Go curl up next to it, or in it, and get comfy for the story time. Christmas story time. He would grab pieces of meat or other fancy dishes that the humans threw away and he would run to the nearest alleyway to eat his dinner all alone. When it was garbage day in the city and the humans sadly cleaned up their messes, Shadow would walk to the park and stand beside the water fountain, waiting for the humans to sit and eat their lunches. Sometimes he would get lucky and the humans would be too busy talking on their phones to notice they left half their sandwich unguarded. He would steal their sandwich. Oh. Because he was a hungry stray puppy, you know? He would stand next to the water fountain as little children and adults walked up, stood beside the fountain, and threw shiny coins into the water as they closed their eyes and wished for something really important. So the humans walked up to this fountain, always closed their eyes really tight, and they threw their coins in to wish for something really important. But on one particular day, Shadow noticed a little girl making her wish before tossing her coin into the fountain. Shadow didn't have any coins to throw, and even if he did, he didn't know how his paws could throw a coin. So Shadow waited for the little girl to throw her coin into the water, and he closed his eyes, hoping the little girl's coin would grant Shadow's wish as well as hers. Shadow opened his eyes, and sadly, he was still standing beside the fountain in the middle of a big park in the center of a giant city. He thought maybe his wish didn't work because maybe this fountain only works for humans. So Shadow walked away and found what was left of a cheeseburger sitting beside a garbage can. It was the best tasting thing a stray puppy could hope to find on a day in the city. You finished your hot chocolate at the wrong time. Well, go get another glass. There's always room for more hot chocolate in the world, as well as hugs. So virtual hug to all. So what do y'all think that Shadow's wish was? Let me know in the comments what you think Shadow's wish that he made when the little girl tossed her coin into the fountain and Shadow closed his eyes. What do you think Shadow wished for? And, he opened his eyes and it wasn't there. So what do you think he wished for? I promise we'll come back to it in the later part of the story. Why do I know that? Oh, because I wrote it. That wasn't a Shadow at all. Please keep the pride test segment. Yeah, we'll probably clip this part out of the live stream and re-upload it in that way, because this is our Christmas live stream and stuff. I just don't want the publisher and stuff would get mad if I kept this in. So to find a home is mostly all of a family, a friend. Okay, good guesses so far. Okay, I mean, I don't know if you're right, but I think you're right. But okay. So he was now a few hours passed by, and soon Shadow found himself looking for a place to sleep for the night. He walked down 7th Avenue and turned right at Christopher Street. But Shadow didn't know how to read, so the street signs didn't help him find his way around this big city. Instead, Shadow relied on landmarks around the city to find his favorite spots. And if you don't know, that actually is the street that you go down 7th Avenue and you turn right at Christopher Street in order to find this next location. That actually is the layout of New York City. It was on Christopher Street, where Shadow saw these two gentlemen walking out of a building and heading towards him. The building had this giant neon sign leading up the window saying Stonewall Inn, but Shadow didn't know it was a hangout spot for gay and transgender people. All Shadow saw was the two men walking towards him. They were holding each other's hand and smiling ear to ear. Yeah, we'll keep the pride test thing public, don't worry. Oh, I thought that was named after me. What? What was named after you? Shadow just wants some love. I need a dog in my life. So do I. What do you think? Hi, Chris, by the way. Yeah, if you didn't see the first part of our stream, this happened to me today. I just want to show Chris because Chris is such a great producer of ours and such a great friend of mine. So where's that? Okay, hold on. Hold on. They send me a lot of stuff, apparently. This was the thing today. Oh, hold on. I'll get this off the screen so it's not completely blinding you guys with brightness. But can't stay for very long. We'll just stay happy. I know. Hold on. Oh, Christopher Street. You know, that's an actual street in New York City. They sent me this today. For Christmas, the YouTube Pride team giant box. Inside was another giant box that you opened up. Oh my goodness, it was really big. I'll have to show you it when you come in person. But then they had a giant letter and all of this stuff. I read it in the first part of the stream. You'll have to go back. But then they actually sent me YouTube official loungewear for my pants and a sweater. So I get official YouTube stuff now, which is kind of cool. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how this happened this year, Chris. I have no idea. But yeah, that happened. And I'll show you this while you're also on. But I may or I may not have also gotten an even larger rainbow backdrop for the set. And I also may or may not have gotten a crap ton of LGBTQ history books that I need to read now that are like, look how thick these things are, by the way. Like, look at that, and then look at that. Like, oh my god. There's like 900 pages, and then there's like 300 pages in this. So cool, though. But yeah, YouTube is awesome to me. But yeah. So hi, Chris. I want to be a rainbow. So do I. That's my life. But yeah, no, YouTube has sent me a lot of gifts this year, and I'm very, very appreciative. So anyway, back to the story. But hi, Chris. Nice to see you here. Camera display. Oh, now he's making gay jokes that are definitely thick. Yeah, Christopher Street is named after the actual street where Stonewall Inn is located. Alright, so that's the backtrack a little bit. But nice to see you here, Chris. Merry Christmas, by the way. Because I know we haven't spoken in person since a long time ago. But, yeah. No, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, it's fine. You're fine at interrupting a story. You're welcome to interrupt story time anytime you want, Chris, because you're an amazing person. Who anyone want to do? No, let's live stream. Then we'll do Among Us after the live stream. Okay, so it was on Christopher Street where Shadow saw these two gentlemen walking out of a building and heading towards him. The building had this giant neon sign lighting up the window saying Stonewall Inn, but Shadow didn't know it was a hangout spot for gay and transgender people. All Shadow, you can send us all the stuff you want. We through the email fanart@prideclassroom.com, you can send us stuff there. We don't have a P.O. box, and we never will, because we've had way too many bomb threats on the show to ever open that kind of thing. But yeah, if you Chris, if you everyone go to Chris and subscribe, because over at Burning Earth Productions to subscribe, because I want Chris to be a part of the YouTube partner program as well. I mean, this is specifically from the YouTube Pride Academy team, or YouTube Pride team, so it's like LGBTQ related stuff, but like, you know, become a YouTube partner program. It's amazing. I know gamers get a lot more money than LGBTQ YouTubers do. Yeah, send it on Discord. Discord's nicer. But okay, so all Shadow saw was these two men walking towards him. They were holding each other's hand and smiling ear to ear. Alex, look at that cute little puppy, the one man said to the other. I wonder why he's out here all alone at this late hour. The other man replied, Does he have a collar? Maybe we can call his owner and help him find his way home. So Alex and Troy are already trying to help this little puppy. The two men came closer to Shadow, and soon he got so scared that he quickly ducked underneath a mailbox. He closed his eyes and wished the two humans would pass by and not hurt him. Oh, yeah. Chris says, I am non-binary and bisexual. My pronouns are whatever you feel are best. There you go. And I run a tight LGBTQ-friendly channel if you do subscribe. So do it. Yeah. Go sub to Chris. I don't sub to Chris. Well, I subscribe to Chris, but I don't... You know what I mean. Merry Christmas. Thank you for that comment, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, so Shadow is scared because he was hurt by other people before, so he's hiding underneath this mailbox now. The one man's voice said, I think he's scared, Troy, but I don't see any collar around his neck. Do you think he's a stray puppy? Maybe, the other man replied. I mean, if you want, we can take him home and make sure he has a warm place to stay for the night, then come back tomorrow to see if anyone is looking for him. Ooh, you have a secret you want to tell us. Sure. But I'm going back and forth between chat now. It's very confusing to people watching on the DVR. Before he could tell what was going on, Shadow was being lifted up into the air, and the two humans were scratching him behind his little ears. Their scratches felt amazing, and it allowed Shadow to calm down a little and feel more comfortable in their arms. Alex and Troy carried him a few blocks back to their home, and soon they were setting up a blanket for him to sleep on at the foot of their bed. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, Burning Earth Productions. Have a great night. Have a great holiday season. I'll probably be chatting with you later this week of like Happy Holidays. But yeah, thank you for dropping by. I mean, you could copy the video. I just don't re-upload it, because we had to take it. If you re-upload the video that we do, then we have to do a copyright strike on your channel. We've just got done doing that this past week to a channel, and I didn't like doing it, but they were stealing our work. Powered by Rainbows is our Discord name. The two humans grabbed some leftover chicken from a small container and ripped it into pieces. Then one of them put all of the pieces into a bowl and placed it on the floor in front of Shadow. He licked it, and it tasted much better than any of the scraps outside of the fanciest restaurants in the city. Soon the bowl was licked clean, and his tummy was no longer growling. Before too long, it was time for the humans to go to sleep, So the humans lifted Shadow up and placed him on the blanket. But Shadow wasn't used to sleeping on top of tall things like beds. Oh, you're welcome, Chris. Glad you got the Christmas card. Yeah, see, Chris and I are like buddies. You're like family to me now. You're like the best family. There is a Google Classroom that our fans made for us, so go check that out as well. But Shadow wasn't used to sleeping on top of tall things like beds, so he kept jumping down and raced under the bed where he felt a little safer. The humans eventually gave up and went to bed themselves, leaving Shadow under the bed. The first night in a new place is always scary for a little puppy, though, so it was completely normal. And he's like sticking his tongue out like, ha ha, humans, you can't get me to sleep on top of the bed. I'm too scared to sleep up there, but I can sleep down here underneath the bed. When Shadow woke up in the morning, the humans cut up another piece of chicken and placed it in a bowl on the floor for him. It was normally hours before Shadow found something to eat on the streets of the city. But with Alex and Troy, Shadow didn't have to search for something to eat anymore. Soon, the humans left for a few hours and came back, talking about how no one knew of a lost dog in the area. Small little reference there to my song Lost Dog, by the way. Just wanted to shout it out. I mean, we could keep him. He seems happy here, Alex told Troy. It would be nice to have some little paws around, and you always said you wanted a dog, so what do you want to name him? Troy replied. What about Coco? Because it's almost time for Christmas, said Alex. Or we can call him Shadow, because he always likes to hide, replied Troy. Aw, that would be cute, Alex said, sort of like you and I hid in the closet for so many years. I love it. So his name was officially Shadow. And so his name became Shadow. As the days passed by, Shadow got more and more attention from the two humans. He eventually got his own metal bowl for breakfast and dinner. He got a nice, comfy bed to sleep on right beside the large bed for the humans. They even got him a few toys to play with while they were at work, and a bag of delicious kibbles, which made Shadow a very happy puppy. Merry Christmas, Lisa. And by the way, this is the one and only time you're going to hear me read the whole story outright without having to buy a copy of the book, because it was a lot of hard work to make this book. But it's Christmas. We feel like in a giving mood. All right. Merry Christmas. The humans would take him on a walk around a few city streets. The only difference now is that Shadow has a rainbow collar around his neck and a circular piece of metal attached to it with his name. His name tag jingles around whenever Shadow shakes his head, but Shadow likes to hear the sound, so he shakes his head a lot. His collar is attached to a rope that Alex or Troy hold in their one hand as they hold each other's hand with the other. Isn't it so nice when gay people go for walks and they're just like holding hands? Oh. All right, next page. Sorry. Soon on his walks, Shadow began to notice the ground was covered in white powder, and it tasted just like water. The humans all started to wear big jackets to cover over their bodies. Shadow began walking a little quicker because it was cold outside, and he didn't like the ice on his paws. But time after time, without fail, the two humans always let Shadow come back inside their home and lay down next to a warm piece of metal along the walls in their living room. otherwise known as their radiator, along the side of the wall. White powder, which was snow, by the way. A lot of people got that confused. Sorry. Shadow didn't understand why the room suddenly had a giant tree in the middle of it, but the humans brought it inside. So Shadow thought maybe the tree was cold as well and needed a place to stay, just like he did. They even decorated it with balls and lights, which made it look like it belonged in one of those fancy restaurants. Oh, Becca just texted and said, if you're still doing your live stream, tell everyone I said hi and Merry Christmas too. So, Merry Christmas, Becca, if you're watching. Your cult is all here, apparently. Okay, sorry. They even decorated it with balls and lights, which made it look like it belonged in one of those fancy restaurants. Maybe the humans were opening a restaurant, Shadow thought to himself as he began staring at it. But on one particular night, the humans went to bed early. "It's time to go to sleep, boy," said Troy. Shadow followed Troy into the bedroom, circled his blanket, and rested his chin on his front paws. He wasn't tired enough to go to sleep yet, but he listened as the humans talked to each other and quickly started to snore. Soon after, Shadow drifted off to sleep and chased squirrels in his dreams. Many people don't know it, but most puppies chase squirrels so they can say hello and make a new friend. I know I do. When he woke up in the morning, Shadow heard many different voices close by. None of them were voices he's ever heard before. So he peeked his muzzle around the corner and saw strangers suddenly sitting on the couch and others in the kitchen helping Troy and Alex make food. Like a brave puppy, Shadow went up to the one woman standing in the kitchen and yelled at her, "Arf, arf!" But when the woman looked down, she wasn't afraid of him, and she wasn't running away. Instead, she looked at him with a smile and said, "So this is Shadow. Your pictures do not do him justice, Troy. He's so cute." "Well, Mom," Troy answered, "I'm just glad he finally decided to wake up. It's almost time to open gifts." The woman began to bend down, reaching out her hand in front of Shadow's wet little nose. Before she could bend down all the way, Shadow went running back to the bedroom as fast as his little paws would let him go. He jumped under the bed and hoped the woman wasn't following him. Shadow trusted Alex and Troy enough now that he knew they weren't going to hurt him. But all of these other people were strangers Shadow never met before. These strangers had Shadow so frightened that his tiny paws were now shaking. And the Google Classroom code was above, by the way. I think. Axel Malfoy, I think, had it. Quickly, Alex came into the bedroom and reached his hands under the bed to get Shadow. He held him in his arms as he began petting him and rubbing behind Shadow's little ears. "It's okay, buddy. Not so long ago, I was afraid of other people too. But then I was a brave little boy and gave them a chance. Sure, there are some bad people out there still, but eventually, you'll learn how to avoid them. For now, just trust me. I won't let them hurt you. And besides, they're all family. Well, I consider Troy's parents are my family. I consider Troy's parents are my in-laws at this point, so we might as well call them your family too. So let's be brave little boys and give this another try, okay? Wait, what? Oh. You hold on. I can literally give that to you now if you want. Google Classroom. What's the code? How do I know what the code is? Again, this is not run by me. No. Turn that off. I literally get 50 things a day. What's the code? I don't know. What's the code, people? No, we did have it. There's no code to join the Discord. I mean, okay, so here's what I can do. I mean, we're in the middle of a story time, but hey, you know, things happen. General, hold on. Escape, hold on. Alright, so here is the Discord. And then yeah, we'll get back to Shadow in just a second. There's a lot of people apparently asking for Google Classroom codes to leave the live stream, but hey, it's okay. No one likes to listen to me. It's okay. Just reading a story. Story time. Story time. Oh, here it is. All right. Here is the code for the Google Classroom. Yeah, see, there you go. All right. Jeez. Calm down. Calm down, everyone. It's okay. It's going to be okay. But, you know, like, don't leave the live stream until it's, you know. All right. Sorry. All right, we're going to do this page again. It's okay, buddy. Not so long ago, I was afraid of other people too. But then I was a brave little boy and gave them a chance. Sure, there are some bad people out there still, but eventually, you'll learn how to avoid them. For now, just trust me. I won't let them hurt you, and besides, they're all family. Well, I consider Troy's parents my in-laws at this point, so we might as well call them your family too. So let's be brave little boys and give this another try, okay? And can you tell how relatable Shadow is becoming to guys, literally the codes are all in the chat now. Okay? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Because I'm getting upset now. But Shadow is... I did. You're all asking for the same freaking thing, and I already did all this. And Axel did too. Axel had it above too. Can we go back to story time now? Or do we want to do something else? Because I'm okay with, like, not telling the whole story. You tell me. I've genuinely, I've never been in a live stream before where so many people just want to leave. So, okay. Go to the classroom. Join it. Go to the Discord. Join it. Alright, anyway. Well, people on the Discord don't really know the Google Classroom because they're kept separately, and I'm not in charge of the classroom. So, anyway. Story time. It's so this part of the story is where basically Alex tells Shadow his coming out story and says, "Don't worry, little buddy. I was afraid of telling people I was gay. And I was afraid of how they'll accept me. But it turns out they did accept me. It turns out that they are accepting. These people that are around you right now, they're all family, and they are accepting of us. They're all here celebrating Christmas with us as Alex and Troy, a gay couple who are engaged." And so basically he's telling him, it's going to be okay. Just trust me with this one. And there are other people out there in the world that they're not so good. But you'll learn how to avoid those people. Just like a gay person learns how to avoid homophobes as much as possible. And a transgender person learns how to ignore and get away from the transphobes out there in the world, right? Shadow will learn how to avoid the abusive people in the world because he'll be around Alex and Troy now, who are very loving and kind and will protect him. And this one page in the entire story really alludes to our community more than anything else I've ever written. Because it really shows that no matter if your family is accepting out there or not, just like Alex and Troy protect Shadow now from abusive people, the community, I and all the other people in this community, 780 some million people strong at this point in our community, we will protect you just like Alex and Troy protect Shadow. And that's what this page means. It's probably like the most sobbing but amazing page in a book that I've ever written. And that's why I was kind of upset with like how much distraction was going on in the chat of like, hey, let's talk about something else. Let's go away. And I'm like, yeah, but this is the page of the book that I love the most. And it just, yeah. And this is the page that we stopped right here after, like, in the announcement video, we stopped right here and we're like, Shadow was so frightened his tiny little paws were now shaking. This was the resolve to that of like, yeah, Shadow's going to be okay because he's around family. Alex kept holding Shadow in his arms as he walked back to the kitchen The woman again reached out her hand in front of Shadow's nose, and this time Shadow gave her hand a few sniffs. She then took her fingers and started scratching behind his ears. I guess she's okay, Shadow thought to himself. See, Shadow, Alex said calmingly to him. I told you these people aren't going to hurt you. Soon, the humans all sat around a big wooden table, and Shadow made his way around it to see... Sorry, scratch. That would be a blooper. Soon the humans all sat around a big wooden table, and Shadow made his way around it to see what everyone was doing. The nice woman reached down her hand, and with it, she held out a piece of turkey meat, which Shadow quickly chewed up. What? Yeah. What? This is a weird chat. Mom, he has kibbles, Troy said from across the table. Oh, come on, it's Christmas. He's allowed to have a little extra today, the woman replied. Your mom is right, honey, Alex replied. Plus, it's only a little bit of turkey. Shadow waited below the table for the humans to get done eating while he sat on the floor waiting for scraps to fall to the ground. These humans were pretty messy, but it made Shadow's belly really full. And he's so cute. His little, like, oh, I'm going to lick my nose because I'm having so much turkey. After they were done cleaning up from dinner, with a little help from Shadow licking the floor, and a few plates clean, the humans went to the living room, and Shadow followed close behind. Anyone who throws down scraps of turkey can't be that bad of a human, Shadow thought to himself. The humans started to bring out shiny boxes and hand them to one another before ripping off the shiny paper and pulling out what was inside. All presents on Christmas Day. As the packages were opened, the humans got overly excited about what was inside each and every box. Then the nice woman from earlier pushed a box in front of Shadow. With nothing but pause to rip the box open, Shadow... Sorry. As the packages were opened, the humans got overly excited about what was inside each and every box. Then the nice woman from earlier pushed a box in front of Shadow. With nothing but pause to rip the box open, Shadow leaned over Troy, I don't know why I keep messing that up. Troy leaned over to open it up for him. Inside was a pack of bright yellow balls that the humans started to throw around the living room. Shadow chased after all of them and brought each tennis ball back for everyone to throw again. In fact, all of the other 6 strangers brought Shadow more toys to play with, and Shadow was wagging his tail as fast as he could with excitement. So they all brought toys for Shadow. The garbage can was almost full of wrapping paper, but there was still one gift left unopened. It was a really long package covered in red paper and topped with a green bow. Instead of handing it to another of the humans, Alex and Troy put it in front of Shadow. He sniffed the package to investigate, and it smelled like gross paper. But it had a pretty bow on top. Shadow tried to bite the bow to see how it tasted, but it was gross too. Why did the humans give me such a gross thing? Shadow began asking himself. I like how we have Jesus in chat. Then Alex tore off the paper and the bow. Inside there was a giant white bone, and it smelled amazing to Shadow. His tail started wagging back and forth at super speed. He opened his mouth as wide as he could, but he couldn't bite the whole thing. It was too big for his little teeth, but it tasted amazing. Shadow bit down on the bone and pulled it between Alex and Troy, who were sitting on the floor beside each other. He kept trying to lick it and chew on the giant bone, and his tail kept slapping back and forth between Alex and Troy. Alex reached down his hand and began to pet the fur on his belly. "Merry Christmas, Shadow." Troy continued. "Yeah, welcome home, little buddy." See, Shadow's so happy. So happy. Just like me today. For the next few hours, Shadow spent his time chasing the tennis balls around the floor, playing tug of war with the humans, and chewing on his oversized bone treat. By the time the rest of the humans left the party, it was dark out and Shadow was really tired. So he bit down on his bone and drug it all the way back to his little bed. With his mouth still wrapped around his treat, Shadow started drifting off to sleep. But on this particular night, Shadow wasn't going to dream about chasing squirrels. He didn't want to dream about playing fetch in the park with his loving owners, Alex and Troy. Instead, on this particular night, he began dreaming about that water fountain from almost a month ago. Maybe someday he'll see that little girl again who threw her coin into the water and allowed Shadow to make his wish. Oh. Sorry, things need approval in the comments. Instead, on this particular night, he began dreaming about the water fountain from almost a month ago. Maybe someday he'll see that little girl again who threw her coin into the water and allowed Shadow to make his wish. Hopefully, her wish came true as well, Shadow began thinking to himself. But even if only one of their wishes came true, Shadow owes her a few giant licks and kisses. And of course a Christian can be LGBTQ, by the way, because it's not a sin to be gay. On that day, when the girl threw her coin into the water, Shadow wished that he would find a loving home with two wonderful owners who care for him. On that day, when the girl threw her coin into the water, Shadow wished that he would find a loving home. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm actually Satan in disguise. Gays do go to hell. Yeah, no. Yeah, it didn't say anywhere in the Bible at all that you couldn't be gay. So, I don't know where homophobes get that from. Anyway. Story time. On that day, when the girl threw her coin into the water, Shadow wished that he would find a loving home with the two wonderful owners who care for him. He wished that he would never have to go hunting for scraps again, other than underneath kitchen tables. He wished there would be a nice warm bed to lay down on at the end of the day, and kibbles in a bowl waiting for him every morning. But on this particular day, near the end of December, Alex, Troy, and the other strangers spent the whole day talking about this man named Santa Claus. The humans say he's the one who brings all the presents and grants all these holiday wishes. So maybe he's the one who granted Shadow his wish and sent Alex and Troy to give him a home. But the humans say that you can wish for anything. So that's why Shadow closed his eyes and made just one more wish to Santa that night. He wished that every other puppy walking the streets of the city alone could find two owners as loving as Alex and Troy. The end. Happy holidays. So that is the story of Shadow's first Christmas in its entirety for you all. Hope you liked it. That was the first time it was ever read in its entirety online. So if you like the book, you can go get it right now over at Amazon. Just search for Matt Haslam, Shadow's First Christmas, and you'll find it. Or you can use the link bit.ly/Shadow's First Christmas. It's going to be available forever on Amazon, by the way, or as long as Amazon is a thing, which I don't believe it's going to be closing anytime soon because they made $1 billion this year. Anyway, yeah, that is the book of Shadow's First Christmas. And by the way, Shadow is the persona of Shadow is like kind of after me, and then Shadow is Alex is named after the first boy I ever had a crush on, named Alex. Also, the name of my writer pen name, if you know that. And then if you know my writing from other places. And then also Troy is named after Troye Sivan, who I have the giantest crush on. So yeah, now you know. $15 over on Amazon. That's available now. So yeah, that's what we did this year. On top of like all of the crazy stats that we've had this year of like 1 million views and 20,000 subscribers and $4,650 donated to charity, and 157 episodes, 25 guests and collaborations, 135 hours of broadcasts in 2020, 84,000 hours of watch time on the channel, and also lots of YouTube gifts. Yeah, it's not gonna lie, it's been a very difficult year to like keep all of this content coming, but the book at the very end was kind of like the icing on the cake. It was an awesome, like it meant a lot to me to like write it and to illustrate it myself. I think for like if we did one in the future, and yeah, like we saved a lot of lives out there, but I mean, as I say in a couple of the final episodes here in the year, like the bloopers one and everything, I've been like, yeah, for we've saved a lot of people out there, but at the same time, you got to realize you've saved my life as well, because there have been times this year with the COVID thing and with everything going on that I just wanted to give up too, and you kept me going too. So it's been a very equal relationship, I think, between the students and the professors here. You're beautiful, someone. Of course you exist. I love your name, but it's like someone who exists. You do exist, and you're valid. I need a sequel where the girl gets adopted by Alex and Troy. I mean, there could be a sequel, but I'll be completely honest, probably not a book. We're looking something bigger. A little bit bigger. And that's all I can say right now. Bigger than a book. So, now, yeah. Night, Elixir. Nice to see you here. Well, that's all I had planned. So, your local bad boy says animated movie. Sky says I got Rocky Horror Picture Show merch for Xmas. Totally avoided that question. Congratulations. Rocky Horror is a good. Merry Christmas, everybody. All right. I'm writing in the chat now. At prideclassroom.com. There you go. If you don't want to send it to the Discord, fanart at prideclassroom.com. Wait, what happened? Matt, is Santa gay? Oh, no. I could make a joke here. All right, I'll make a joke here. All right. I mean, well, you got a drum kit for Christmas? Awesome. Go annoy the hell out of your parents. So, we're not doing a movie, but an animated something. Wait, what are you on to me for? What? Oh, about the... Okay. Matt, what are your thoughts on the whole anime sexual drama, if you know about it? Wait, what? Anime sexual? What's anime? Sexuality. What's that? Anime sexual, also known as magnosexual, is an ace-spec identity and form of fictitious sexuality, where one is exclusively or almost exclusively attracted to anime manga characters. Many aspec people only feel attraction towards people who know they could never possibly be in a relationship with, such as fictional characters. No. That sounds like Becca. Shit, shouldn't have said that. What? Maybe. No, she always shares with me, like, anime characters. So maybe? I don't know. I've literally just read that about anime sexual. So, I don't know. That chunky hunk hell, yeah. What do I come back to? I genuinely don't know. Magna? No, it's manga. Sorry. Super chat hashtag Mats don't know how to pronounce manga. Manga. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't watch or listen to a lot of anime stuff. I mean, I do consider myself a furry, and apparently that's a subsection of anime, but I don't know. Gay shit. That's pretty much my I don't know. Gay shit. I know gay shit, okay? It's all I know. I only know wood, okay? I don't know trees, I know wood. Homosexual anime, that is all. Oh, it's just homosexual anime? Well, you know what, someone who exists? I give you energy.
ball of energy.
I don't know. I was trying to do a thing and then it just didn't. Anyway. Um. Oh, man. Alright. Stream settings. No. How are we doing?
I give you all the energy in the world, someone who exists. I just give you everything.
Uh, he literally couldn't care less. Like, he tried to come in our flat without social distancing. Me? What? Oh, my dad. Oh, sorry. My dad kept talking about school. And he doesn't. I forget there's multiple chats. Okay. My dad kept talking about school, and he doesn't even know anything about the virus, even though me and my mom are high risk. Oh, get your dad. Literally, just call the cops on your dad. We had someone at the, because I was directing an event at a church last night. For basically, they wanted me to film their church service for Christmas Eve, right? Because like I just installed this big system for them to do this, and I'm the only person that knows how to do it right now because I haven't trained anybody on how to use it. So they're directing the Christmas program because basically the way it worked was I could be there directing this whole system, you know, and rather than having thousands of people try to come to church in person, they only needed one person there to do the video, you know, and that way everyone can watch from home, you know. It's a lot safer to do it this way, and this way you only need very minimal people in the building to all together, you know. And so I'm there directing, and one of the parishioners, because they had basically it's set up where you needed a reservation in order to come there in person, and they were restricting it to only a certain number of people were allowed in the building at all, including me and including the pastor, you know. And so someone tries to come in that has reservations, and they come in and they say, "Hey," to the woman at the door that was manning the door. Said to the woman, this woman's like an 80-year-old woman who's, you know, who says to the usher lady, "So I need to be seated away from everyone else because I think I have COVID." And so the church literally called the cops on her and got an ambulance there to pick her up, go take her for a test, and see if she actually did have COVID. But they wouldn't let her in the building because you think you have COVID. Why would you show up to church? Why would you show up to a building that has a bunch of other people? Like, in America, they have now, because of the CARES Act, made that illegal to do. If you come to a building knowing you have COVID, even if you don't intentionally give it to anyone else, you could be charged with manslaughter and all these other crimes because you're putting other people at risk. So, yeah, there are laws in America, at least, that go against that. My dad said the slur and was talking about how, you know, oh, yeah. How come many dads say no to gay? Did gay do... Okay. So, that is something we're definitely looking into for season 4 of the show, of doing an episode on this. But basically speaking, women are more accepting and more like emotional thinkers, brain activity wise, and so the women sort of the mothers tend to accept their children more, a lot faster. Oh, I didn't know I can do that. That's weird. Oh, that's weird. I literally just found out that I can put ads wherever I want them. That's weird. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I got distracted. There was a money sign up there. I'm like, what is that for? I just noticed that now. But it's like they're more emotional thinkers, so they think about things a lot faster with the emotional side of things of like, I need to accept my child, compared to a man where it's like the fathers are like, typically, I'm not saying every case is like this, but typically speaking, the homophobic and transphobic fathers are like, well, I had this vision of what my daughter or what my son would be. And if you stray from that, the mother can more be accepting of, hey, my child is my child. It's, like they are who they are. But the fathers are like, but if they don't perfectly match this vision that I had, then typically the more homophobic a person is, or the more transphobic a person is, the more we see these certain characteristics in their brain activity of you're thinking, first off, they're less educated than allies of the community. They're far less educated, not just on LGBTQ issues, but in general in life. I'm not going to say they're stupid. So then what also happens is they, typically speaking, the people who aren't accepting are more, tend to be more the parent that are like hover parents that want their child to act out exactly what they want in life. So if you think about these like dance moms that are like, oh, I want my child to be the next like superstar or whatever, just because they had that dream when they were a child and they lost it somewhere along the way. It's like, so typically speaking, you see these hover parents becoming homophobes. And the more controlling the parent is, the more, the more that the parent has, like, if very early on in life, we read Shadow's First Christmas. We went over YouTube's gift to us this year for Christmas. We did a lot so far this year. So basically, very early on in life, if you start noticing your parents having a vision for you, and what I mean by that is, let's say you're very young and your parents, no, I mean, I'm not talking about like, oh, you said, completely hypothetical stuff here, by the way. If you say, oh, I want to go, I want to play tennis, right? And you take a couple lessons or whatever, and then you quit a couple lessons later. If your parents are like, hey, you need to keep playing tennis because we bought you all this gear and you need to see things through, that's not what I'm talking about. That's control, but it's not the control I'm talking about. Control I'm talking about is like, you never asked to be on the tennis team. Let's say you're an introverted person or whatever. Again, all hypothetical here. Let's say you might want to try out for sports, or you might want to do whatever, but your parents are forcing you to not try out for the team you want to try out on, and they're forcing you to go take singing or guitar lessons instead, right? Or whatever. And they're forcing you to do a completely different activity than what you chose, So basically, like, hey Matt, I'm getting your book. Oh, thank you, Everest. Available now on Amazon. Anyway, thank you. So, let's say your parents are controlling, and there's like, hey, we know you want to try out for tennis team, but you see, I, as a parent, I played basketball back in the day, and I want you to grow up to be just like me. I want you to, surpass my record. I want you to take on the family legacy. I want you to, you know, I want to teach you basketball because that's the sport I played, and I want you to do better than I ever did. And, they're in the stands going, you need to get this basket. Like, and the more controlling they are and like that, forcing you to do a sport that you don't want to do, or forcing you to play an instrument you don't want to play, not just like, and what I'm talking about, again, is not you had interest in it and then you just lost interest and now they're like, hey, you need to keep your interest in this because we paid a lot of money for this. What I'm saying is you never had interest in it and they're forcing you to do it anyway. That's what I mean. That's the kind of control that people have of like, oh, these pageant moms or these, dance moms that are like, you need to dance because you're going to be a superstar one day, just like I wanted to be back in the day. And like, it never worked out for me, but I'm going to make you a star no matter what. Like, that's what I'm talking about. That's the controlling I'm talking about. And that's when we typically see the homophobic parents and transphobic parents coming out of like, if you have a vision for your child of what you want them to do in life and they don't perfectly adhere to that at all, like if you want to be a nurse and your parents are like, but you need to be a doctor, like, no, you don't need to be a doctor, you can be a nurse, they make very good money still, like those kind of things. If you don't perfectly adhere to it, and if they get really upset over you not perfectly adhering to that, then typically what we see is the homophobic and transphobic coming out of like, well, I envisioned you to have a girlfriend all your life, Matt. Well, I'm not going to have a girlfriend, like that's not going to happen now, and now that I came out. Like, I used to have a girlfriend back in high school just to cover over the fact I was gay, but I don't anymore, and I'm never going to have that again, So, me not perfectly adhering to what my parents always thought about me, well, that might make them upset. And typically for fathers, that hits a little harder than it does on mothers. But the more controlling the parent is in your general life, the more they'll probably be homophobic or transphobic initially. But again, also, if someone's homophobic or transphobic, like the first day you come out to them a little bit, you got to keep in mind. For me, like, I spent 25 years of my life hiding the fact that I was gay, and I spent all 14 of those years from when I was 11 to when I was 25 figuring it out on my own, So maybe it's going to take them a couple days to figure it out too, and figure out how they're going to accept it, My homophobic grandpa came and I felt anxious. Well, I'm glad you're here then, because that's exactly why we're having this live stream. Because here you can be accepted and you're loved no matter what. Take it. Take our love. Just take all of our love and just take it. Take our hugs. Take our love. So how do I avoid transphobic dad for the next 3 years? Child Protective Services? Sadly. That's a hard one. That's what he said. No. Wrong moment for that joke. I'm sorry. Wait, what? Your dad came to your house. And then he's like, is it bad that okay, hold on, there's 2 questions here. Your dad later messaged saying that I should feel grateful? Fuck. No. If your dad's homophobic or transphobic or trying to, like, expose you to COVID, you should not feel grateful for them coming. You should be like, hey, police, arrest this man. And your dad should feel grateful that you didn't do that. Snoozy Oreo says, I just came home from a homophobic and transphobic person's Christmas party who just so happens to be religious. Well, I'm glad you're here. And please know that you are valid for your gender, and love is love, and it's not a sin to be gay. And your gender is proven beyond any shadow of a doubt of science, so don't worry at all about what the hell they say. They're very uneducated. We just spent a whole segment of the show here talking about how transphobic and homophobic people are very, very dull-minded. Stupid. What? Awesome says, okay, hear me out, Ars. That was a good one. Is it bad that I considered coming out again as straight so my parents would stop being homophobic towards me? No. Here's what happens. Sometimes coming out, no matter how much testing the waters you do, it's not safe for you to come out yet. And what happens is, let's say you thought, hey, these people might be accepting, so let me invite them to my party and tell them that I'm gay or tell them I'm trans or whatever, right? If they aren't accepting of that, I feel it's perfectly fine to come out a little while later and be like, hey, I'm straight. I think that's perfectly fine, especially in your situation where you're a child and you don't have the resources to move out on your own yet. I think that's perfectly fine. Yes, we can burn the MAP flag in Denny's parking lot. Great idea. Because MAP flags are horrible. But I think it's perfectly fine to come out as straight just to protect your own safety there. Once you come out as straight, it's like, hey, don't worry, I'm straight. And then, like, you go away and you're like, yeah, let me go to school and let me have my girlfriend. You know? Like, whatever, you know? Or for my case, it'd be like, yeah, everybody, I'm as straight as an arrow. And then, like, I just, oh, I'm hanging out with my friends today. And just like, nope, I'm hanging out with my boyfriend. Nope, but nobody has to know that. You know? So I think it's perfectly fine. I came out as bi a year ago. The whole time my parents were trying to make me straight. And see, that's the thing. There's this saying in conversion therapy of fake it till you make it, right? Fake being straight until you make it out of that situation where you're safe again. And that's completely fine. It's a horrible thing that has to be done sometimes. But think of it like this. It's like, if you're inviting people to your party, right? And they show up and they're being a nuisance to everybody and they're ruining your day, right? So let's say it's a birthday party or whatever, right? You invite them to your birthday party, they show up, they're drunk, they're falling over, they're stumbling, they're dumb as shit, they're, ruining the whole party, they're making everyone angry, they're just they're breaking everything because they don't want you to have a party. It's perfectly fine to disinvite them from the party. And by disinviting them, when we're talking about coming out, is coming out again as straight. Coming out as, hey, I'm not trans, don't worry about it, Sadly, fake it till you make it is a proper, as terrifying and as sad as that might be, fake it till you make it is a saying that works just for your safety alone. Because you got to keep in mind, your safety is more important than anything. Your safety is more important than you might have to fake it for a couple of years. You might have to fake it for 10 years until you can get out of that house. But that's better than being in inherent danger every single day. Because when you're faking it till you make it, you can still have a girlfriend, you can still have you can still have a boyfriend or whatever that your parents don't really know about, because you can go out with friends and, oh, I'm just holding this one person's hand more, you know? Like, you can still have your relationships and stuff. It's just you have to hide it from your parents better. And it's a shame. It's a real true shame. But yeah. I don't know if I'm bi anymore. I might just be gay. I think I only like girls, but then sorry. Out of breath. Whew. Been a long night. And we still have an hour to go. I think I only like girls, but then if I'm gender fluid, am I really gay? But I also might be a trans guy, so maybe I would be straight. Someone who exists, how old are you? I think you said you're like young teenager-ish. I think if I remember correctly. But it's okay to take some time to figure it out too. Before you say anything, you could like tell your parents just for the time being, just for your own safety, that you're straight, and then just take some time to figure it out. Take as long as you need. Some people go their entire life trying to figure it out, and they're gender fluid and they're romantic fluid, you know? Wait, we have an hour. I said I would be alive for like 5 hours tonight, so I'm not doing anything else. I know, I'm scared that it will be lost. What will be lost? Oh, your inhaler. What? I'm sorry. What? Oh, you're 15. Okay. Yeah. Take some time. It's okay. Like, date, literally. When I was younger, I'll give you a perfect example here. When I was younger, when I was 15 going into 16, so this is actually perfect for you. I had a girlfriend. Her name was Diamond, by the way. Real name, not trying to hide her. I try to hide my boyfriend's names because I sometimes talk about how they cheated on me and I don't want you all to find them. But anyway, this girl named Diamond. Great girl. We're still friends to this day, by the way. And I went out with her somewhat to get people off my back, but also somewhat to see if I really wanted to be with her, you know? And for a while there, I wanted to be with her. And I was like, yeah, maybe we can make this work, you know? But it was weird. It was like, every time I kissed her, I just felt inherently like this was wrong. But without that experiment of a relationship, I wouldn't know that, you know? And I feel incredibly grateful to have that relationship in my life with Diamond back in the day, where I now know better, you know? And when people are like, but Matt, you can turn back to being straight, I'm like, I've tried. You know, genuinely. I've had sex with women, you know, and I did not like it at all, you know? Like, it was only one woman, and I grant you that's only one litmus test, but like, yeah. When you kiss a woman and you inherently just want to barf, not because of who they are as a person, because they're very, very nice people, it just feels wrong. And I once was like doing something with this girl, and I started thinking about a guy that I really had a crush on at the time. And I'm like, wow, I'm really into this. What? Why am I thinking about literally being surrounded by a group of guys right now when I'm with a woman? Why when I'm sleeping over her house, why do I envision myself being held by a guy instead of the woman that I'm holding in my arms? And why do I want all of these things with guys? And why can I not get my mind off of this? You know? And so I feel where you're at right now of trying to figure out what the hell your body is telling you. You know? I get it. I've been there. Done that. It took me like 15 years to figure that out. Eventually, there was this day where I'll be completely honest here. Like I was on a movie set with a guy actor, and all of a sudden he like started flirting back with me. I have been flirting with guys for a very long time without really knowing what flirting was. I just did it out of human nature. Like, I think you just know as a person how to do that. You know, if you want to be in a romantic relationship, you're like, I'll just start like smiling more at a guy's jokes or whatever. And it's like, it's completely subtle. I don't recognize myself doing it, but my friends do and my family does, you know? And all of a sudden I start flirting with this guy. This guy starts flirting with me back. And it's the first time in my life where I recognize, hey, wait a minute. Well, I mean, there were times before that. So, like in college, there was this guy who I had a massive crush on. He was gay. I thought, well, because we were hanging out all the time doing class projects, I thought, hey, he's gay. I know he's gay. And I know I might want to try to be with him. Because I was flirting up and down with him. And then one day, we were at dinner together between classes, and he just tells me completely nonchalant, like he did not mean to upset me, but in the middle of our conversation we're like talking about what we're going to do over the summer, and he's like, oh yeah, my fiance and I are going up to whatever camping. And I'm like, fiance? And he goes, yeah, so and so. And I'm like, oh, that's a guy's name. So I'm like, yeah, you're definitely gay, but like you have a fiance. That means I can't, you know, I'm not gonna be that fiance, you know. And I went home that night. I might even skip my second class that day, but I went home crying my entire way. I was bawling my eyes out in the car outside of my house, and I couldn't come inside because I thought, if I went inside bawling my eyes out right now, my family's going to all start asking me questions of, why are you crying? And my first answer could not be, this guy just told me he has a fiance and I'm upset about it. Because, like, how do you explain that? You know? How could I explain that? Like, you know, I can't even explain that to myself, let alone my family, you know? And, so yeah, that was hard. And then eventually there was this day where this guy on set was flirting back with me, and I was like, everything feels right now. Nothing feels wrong about this. And for the first time in my life, I felt like this is who I'm supposed to be. And I think for you, if you're 15, it's okay to not have that epiphany day yet, where everything just feels right. I think at your age it's completely fine to just be like, you know what? I'm going to experiment. I'm going to go out with a guy. I'm going to go out with a girl. And if today I want to go out with a guy and tomorrow I want to go out with a girl, then so be it. I'm gender, and my sexuality is on a spectrum, and it moves, and it's perfectly fine that it moves, you know? And it's like, people think, because we're trained, we are trained into this system, no matter where you live in the world, we're trained into this system where, it comes from your fucking parents. Honestly, it comes from your parents and your grandparents. It comes from your teachers. When you're so young, like, I notice my sister doing this, and I correct her all the time for it. My nephew is 4 years old right now, right? So hold on, just a second. I'll show you. Hold on. So this is my nephew, right? His name's Clark. He's 4 years old. Cutest little thing ever, right? Love him to bits. But I notice my sister doing this all the time. He has a friend at school, and he hangs out with her all the time, and he like hugs her and he kisses her, but he's also 4 and he would kiss anyone, And so what happens with everyone, not just gay people, but what happens with that is kids are learning so much at those early stages where basically the parents keep saying, "Oh, yeah, that's his girlfriend." No one thinks, by the way, the parents, the grandparents, the teachers, the cousins, like, literally no one thinks that they're actually girlfriend and boyfriend. No one thinks that. Because they're 4. And girlfriends and boyfriends typically do things that 4-year-olds can't even do yet. So it's like, and you can't have that much romantic feeling yet at 4 years old. You just can't. So it's, we always talk about it where, like, Clark will, his name is Clark, by the way, he will repeat what you say or something, like, later on, like, weeks and weeks later, all of a sudden he'll say something, and you're like, wait, where did you hear that from? And he's like, oh, I heard it from so-and-so, like, a month ago. And you're like, how did you remember that? Like, all these, like, subtle little things that he's picking up on at 4 years old, because that's in those year, like, 0 to 7, 8 years old is when kids are learning the most, because they're absorbing everything. Eventually you start getting to the point where you're like 50 or 60 years old, and when you absorb information, very limited amounts of it are actually new information where you learn it, So as you're going up through those smaller years, it's like you start hearing your parents always saying, oh, that's his girlfriend, that's his girlfriend, that's his girlfriend, that's his girlfriend. But you never hear, that's his boyfriend. You never hear, that's his friend. No, it's his girlfriend. And it's so wrong, in my opinion, of a parent or anyone to go, girlfriend. Here, I'm going to slam it in your face. You have to have a girlfriend. You have to have a girlfriend. It's wrong. We live in this cisgender world where we live in this cisgender, straight-edged world where everything has to be that or nothing. Right? And so what ends up happening is later in life, not only... Yeah, he was named after Clark Kent because my brother-in-law is a huge Superman fan. Anyway, so not only later in life, if that child ever has to come out as gay or bisexual or trans or anything, it's 10 times harder for them to do that because they were conditioned with, not only am I supposed to be straight and cisgender, but my parents, they want me to be that. And so if I have to tell them that I'm gay, well, then I'm breaking all of what they told me at 1 to 3 years old when I was supposed to have a girlfriend. Like, for instance, back in my like very young years, there was this girl in school. Start with an M, but I forget her name completely. But anyway, she was a complete B word throughout my entire life. She was one of the biggest bullies I've had throughout school. She was one of the main reasons why I left the St. Stephen's Catholic Elementary School at 6th grade and went to St. Ambrose in 7th grade. She was the main reason I left, because she was such a horrible bully. But my parents kept thinking, them two are going to end up together. They just look so cute together. She's punching me. Like, she's abusing me. I can't do anything back because she's a woman. And, like, she's the one that's, getting the whole class to abuse me and mock me and desert me at recess. Like, she's the girl that's doing all this. And it's like, my parents think that we look so cute together. And we're supposed to be married one day. And it's like, no, we're not going to end up married because I'm gay. Like, part of my struggle was overcoming that whole thing of, I have to break all of my parents' wishes for, 10 years of my life because I'm not that person they envisioned, And so what I always tell parents is, do not ever tell your kids they have a girlfriend until they tell you they have a girlfriend. Don't ever, suppose, oh, they look so cute together because they're supposed to look so cute together. No. They're allowed to look cute together with whoever they want. And so, in your situation, Sky, it was a long way to explain this, but in your situation, it's like, inherently you feel like you're breaking a part of your parents or a part of your parents' hopes and wishes for you by coming out as anything. And so I've tried to stop my sister from saying it multiple times about my nephew because I know the danger it causes. And you're at the point of 15 where you can't go back and change what they said to you at 0 to 5 years old, but you're conditioned into this way of thinking. And sadly, your parents are conditioning themselves into this way of thinking. This is the only way it can be. But you're not that person. You're never, no matter how much you try to follow your parents, because we see this with, the more I study psychology, the more interesting this actually becomes. But we think about these kids that are basically like suck-ups to their parents, where they try to do everything in their entire lives, get the job, get the car, get the wife, everything that their parents want them to get. Nothing is something that they don't choose anything on their own. There are kids out there in the world that literally do not choose anything on their own. But what happens is even those kids still can never live up to the perfect level that their parents want them to be in their heads. Because what happens is, okay, fine. All right. Let's say, for example, my dad wanted me to play basketball, which I really, he didn't. But let's say, for example's sake, my dad was like, I want you to play basketball, Okay. I go and play basketball. Well, you need to score this many hoops. All right, well, I score those many hoops. Well, you need to be the star of the team. Well, I become the star of the team. Well, you need to be an NBA player. Well, I become an NBA player. Well, you need to be just as good as Michael Jordan. Well, I become Michael Jordan. All right. Well, you need to be in the Hall of Fame. Like, it's never good enough. Parenting to that level is always moving the goal line on you. No matter how much you try to be the perfect child your parents wanted you to be, that goal line keeps moving, no matter how much you think you're matching it. And so, when you came out to your parents' bye, it's okay that you broke that perfect picture of what your parents thought you would be. You're never going to be that person anyway. Nor should you be. If we all tried to be exactly like our parents, the world would never make progress. The world would never have cures for anything. Right? Any disease that you can think of, we would never have a cure because you wanted to be just like your parent. And your parents didn't solve cancer. Your parents never found a way to live with AIDS, you know? So we're never going to find it because you wanted to be like your parents, you know? All these things we can overcome because we're better than our parents are. We can learn from our parents a lot, but we can learn from that. The definition of stupidity is trying things over and over and over again and getting the same result. Right? So what we do in generations is we say, yeah, we can learn a lot from the older generations. For this TV show, I learned a ton of things from the generation of my uncle, because my grandmother used to tell me all these stories of how my uncle's gay, and he never really felt safe enough in the world because it was illegal to be gay back in those days, and he used the handkerchief code back in the day to symbol to other people that he was gay, and all this stuff I've learned about him now. And about his generation, we can take the things we learn, but if we do nothing with that information to do better next time, to make our world better, then we become what our parents were, and we never get anywhere. So, yeah. Which, by the way, there's a funny story in there as well that we overcame this year. Most of you weren't subscribed at that point when we were there, but December of last year, around this time, honestly, we announced that our final episode of season 2 of the show would be an episode about my Uncle Jeffrey Blake. My mother, well, basically, we released a list of over 30 episodes that we would end the season with, right? And the final one was going to air the final week of December of 2019. And it was about my Uncle Jeffrey Blake. What? Matt, my little bro is liking My Little Pony and stuff. And I overheard my stepmom say to her mom, let's hope he's not ... Then her mom said, well, you never know with Axe being what she is. Oh, I feel like where this is going. I feel like I know where this is going. But, so very, very end of the year, last year, I got a text message from my mom. I think it was the final time I ever heard from her, which is good. But she texted me, and she's like, hey, so you can't air that episode that you're making about your uncle, because it's her brother. She's like, you can't air that episode because hi. So anyway, my mom's like, you can't air that episode because you don't know for a fact that your uncle was gay. I don't mind you talking about being gay on your show, but I'm like, gee, thanks, Mom, for like allowing me to talk freely in a free country where I have freedom of speech as a 28-year-old man. Sure, thanks for that, you know. But she's like, you can't talk about your uncle. And I'm like, first off, yes, I can, you know, and we will. So what we ended up doing was sorry, it's a little laggy at the second. But what we, so let me just backtrack just in case that skipped over some parts. So end of last year, we get a text message from my mom. She's like, you can't air this episode because you don't know for a fact if your uncle was gay or not. And, you know, if you air this episode about your uncle, she's like, I don't mind you talking about you being gay on the show, because I'm like, oh, gee, thanks. Because, like, I'm gay and I live in a free country where we have freedom of speech. So thanks for that, you know? Thanks for giving me permission as a 28-year-old man to talk about my own gayness. But anyway, she's like, but you can't talk about your uncle. And I'm like, you don't control this show. You're not a producer. You're not an executive producer. You don't have creative control over the show. And she goes, if you talk about your uncle, I'm going to sue you for slander. And I'm like, all right, well, I never responded to her. What we ended up doing was, and this is kind of like a true testament of how you can overcome your parents, right? This is the reason why I'm telling you, by the way. I decide I'm not going to respond to her through text message because anything that I say to her wouldn't be good enough, and I don't want to start something. It's my mom, you know? So I never responded to her at all, and I blocked her on everything again. So what ends up happening is I decide, fine, Mom, we're not going to make an episode about Jeffrey Blake. We're going to make a documentary. I'm like, all right, fine. You don't want me to make this small little episode that'll just go in the pile of episodes. Fine, I'll make it stand out. And I'll let this be the season opener for season 3. And the one episode that a majority of people will probably end up watching. So, haha. What we end up doing was, at the time, we had a legal team behind the show that we still have behind the team now. I take my script for the show, literally a verbatim, word-for-word script of what my grandmother says in her interviews, what I say, and what every part of that video says. I literally edit the whole video and send it, the script and the video, to someone who's a lawyer. And I'm like, tell me if I'm covered. I don't care if I have to reshoot the whole thing. I don't care what I need to change. Tell me if I'm covered, right? Because here's the cool part. I live in Pennsylvania, United States. And in Pennsylvania, in order to sue someone for slander, you need to prove 2 things. First, you need to prove, like, let's say I said something about someone that wasn't correct. Well, that person can come after me and sue me for slander. But they have to, in order to sue me, they have to prove that what I was saying... Oh, yeah. Goodbye. Yeah, they're gone. See ya. They're gone forever on this channel. But Trump, Lily says Trump literally removed over 30 equal rights laws. Actually, it's 130. But yeah, you're right. So what ended up happening with this case, and I never really talked about it on the stream or at all on the show because we weren't able to, but now we're able to. But is like, so my mom ends up going, and she thinks that she's going to sue me. So I'm like, all right, fine. I will send it to a lawyer and see if I'm covered. And I figure out in the state of Pennsylvania, in order for my mom to sue me, she would have to prove two things. The first is that the information I'm providing is not correct. And second, she would have to prove that I knew it was incorrect at the time of recording, which both are genuinely hard to do. So in my script, I specifically said to, in the documentary, you can go watch it right now. It's called Blake, the being LGBTQ in the 1940s compared to now, right? It's a wonderful documentary that compares like how far we've actually made progress towards equality in the past 20, 40 years. Right? It's a wonderful documentary on that front. But basically in the script for that, you'll hear me say, my grandmother used to tell me stories about how Jeffrey was gay. And I say that over and over again, right? Because she did. Literally, I've had multiple family members next to me during these conversations when my grandmother used to tell me these stories, you know? So I have multiple people on my side telling the same exact story, right? That, hey, yeah, everyone that knew him knew he was gay. So I have multiple people backing me up. And I have multiple people that back me up of like, yeah, Graham used to tell me stories of this. So there's no doubting it, right? But my mom would, in court, would have to argue that the way I worded it, my mom would have to word it and have to argue in court that I've never had one conversation with my grandmother that my grandmother said he was gay. And in order to prove that I've never had one single conversation with my grandmother about my uncle, my mom would have to have recordings of my grandmother and I, our entire lives, 24/7, 365 days a year for 26 years. Which would be impossible for my mom to have. Secondly speaking, even if she did have those recordings, which she does not, then she would have to in Pennsylvania, we live in a state where recording someone without their prior consent and knowledge of such recording, it is illegal. So even if my mom had those recordings, she would have to prove that I was okay with her recording me for this entire time. Otherwise, all of those recordings would be not admissible in court. And so, yeah, so we ended up doing a documentary about my uncle Jeffrey Blake. And so, you know, kind of a really cool way to end the year is by saying like, haha to my mom of like, you told me not to do this thing, and then I ended up like doubling down. So congratulations. Yeah, so it was a huge legal like thing we avoided, but luckily we had at the time and like now even we have lawyers that can vet any episode script before we put it out. So it's really cool to have those resources available to us. And I'm just like, yeah, good luck with that, you know? Matt's got a cool team behind him. Oh, cool. I live in Pennsylvania too, yeah. Love you. See you later. But we're gonna be live for a little bit yet. But, you know, not much longer, but She's not actually suing me, by the way. Last December of 2019, she said, hey, if you air this episode about your uncle, I'm going to sue you for slander because what you're saying is not true, but I could prove very easily that it was true. And so my mom ended up never suing me, which is good because it would have been an open and shut case, and I would have never had to actually go to court at all, because my mom couldn't actually file the case without proving beyond a reasonable doubt that what I was saying was lying. Because in order to sue someone for slander, you have to prove what they're saying is not truthful, and they knew it was not truthful at the time of recording. And my mom couldn't prove either of those. So she could have gone to a lawyer, and the lawyer would have probably told her the same thing our lawyers were telling us at the time of, like, it'll never make it to court, you know? So he can say whatever the hell he wants because it's all correct. It's difficult for someone to sue. And like a show like ours is so well researched and so carefully worded, which is why we have a teleprompter on the show. But it's so carefully worded and so highly researched, it would be near impossible for someone to sue us. Because, I mean, you can sue for anything, but, like, it would never make it to court because our show is so good at that. And we have such good researchers. So, we're good. Yeah, no, I was just telling a story. Because that's how we started season 3 off this year, back in February. Because I was going to air that episode in December, and we got that text message from my mom, and I'm like, you know what? No one controls my content. The fans can always ask for certain episodes to be made, but no one gets to tell me not to make an episode. Especially about one of my family members, you know? No one gets that right to tell me what not to do, you know? And I'm like, so congratulations, Mom. Now I'm going to delay the episode, but I'm going to make it 10 times bigger, put 10 times the budget into it, and now we're going to make it a full-on documentary. Congratulations, Mom. You just got more people to watch this. I'm going to make it anyway. Oh, I love that. Tired Flower says, even if she did sue you, you're protected and sorry, fucked it up. Even if she did sue you, you're protected by Rainbow, so it would not matter. You're right about that. Luckily we're protected by LGBTQ lawyers who specialize in LGBTQ stuff. So, we're good. Don't worry. I'm not saying that we will never get sued. I'm just saying it's going to be hard for whoever that is to take it to court. And as long as we keep up, like in season 4, I've already told our research team, we've had meetings already, because I think 4 or 5 of the episodes for season 4 in February and March are already scripted out and ready. So that's cool. I can't tell you what they're going to be on yet, but they're cool. They're done. And so I already had the meeting a couple weeks ago with some of the researchers, and I'm like, here's the reporting standards of, like, we need everything to go perfectly. You know, we need multiple sources for everything before we put it in our scripts. You know, like I had the meeting a couple weeks ago with them of, like, just a simple reminder. You know, here are the regulations on what our reporting standards have to be for season 4, and that way everyone knows going into season 4 the protocols we have at MHP TV to make sure that we're providing correct information to all of you. Matt, do you have any tips on how to deal with anxiety? Yes, we do. We have a whole video on our channel called, I think, 10 tips to dealing with anxiety. If you go to our channel and click on videos, you can scroll down and not too far. It's like aired like 2 weeks ago, I think. So there's that episode. Or if you go to playlist tab on our channel, you can find a overcoming depression playlist. In there is a whole video on overcoming anxiety. Ren the Direwolf says, I got Shadow's Christmas as a Christmas present today. Awesome! Do you know how many orders there have been for Shadow's Christmas? I recently, Paperboat says, I recently got asked out by my crush, and I don't know what to do. Well, then say yes. Say yes. Oh my god. Say yes. Go on a date with them. And then just, make out with them. Anyway, JF says, y'all, I got a camera and I'm so hyped. That's cool. I got a camera for Christmas a long time ago, and here we are as a TV network. So you're starting out, buddy. I can tell you, how many have we had? That'd be interesting to know. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. About 32 or 33 books sold. Actually, I can probably just show you this, which is really cool. I'll show you just Shadow's First Christmas because I have other books, but y'all do y'all want to see how messed up Amazon is? Genuinely, do you want to see this? Because this is really messed up. Vote in the chat now of yes or no. Do you want to see this? Of how messed up Amazon is. You've been feeling like crap all day because of my anxiety. Okay. And go watch that video. Yeah, have fun taking pictures. Matt, I am seeing my boyfriend tomorrow and we want to cuddle. Oh, that's amazing. I love cuddling. Cuddling is the best part of relationships. Yes. I just said that and I'm a very slutty person. So yes. So okay. So here is how we actually published our book. Camera and display here. Right? So we have sold all these copies, right? Up here. That's sold 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 copies, right? Which cost 19 times $15 a piece means Amazon collected $285 for making and printing all these books, right? Or making these books, and Amazon didn't write it. I wrote it. I illustrated it. Amazon just printed these copies and sent it out, and they charged extra for shipping. So I'm not including any shipping in this at all, So literally just for printing 19 books, they charged $285 to our fans. And as you can see from Amazon royalties down here, we've collected $84.78. So Amazon made $200 off of selling our book 19 times. Meanwhile, I have made $84. And that $84 has to cover all the expenses in making a book, in getting it ready to publish, in some of the artwork costs a little bit of extra money, and doing the giveaway book, and all of that. It has to pay for all of that in order to even break even. I pretty much estimate that so far the book cost to build and make up, I've estimated it to be about $50. So $34.75 or $35 basically is my net profit that my company has brought in for making this whole book endeavor. And so we've had a lot of people who bought the book or who've gotten the book and who think, hey, in the announcement video, Matt said a portion of the proceeds will benefit the Trevor Project. And I did. And I do stand by that. But people think, oh, hey, to print a 50-page book, it probably, with color printing throughout the whole thing, probably it's going to be about $5 to print. And here's the thing. I know for a fact it does. Because if I go into my bookshelf, right, on where I keep the book, where basically I can order author copies. Basically, I'm able to order as many copies as I want of this book, and I'm able to just say to Amazon, hey, I want to buy my own copies of the book because I want to sell 100 of them on my own at like book signings and all that kind of stuff, right? I can genuinely go to Amazon and I can say, I want to order author copies. So if I was going to buy 19 copies of this book from Amazon, it cost $81.32 for me to buy these copies. So I know that basically, and you got to figure, even in their printing costs, because Amazon owns the printing house that makes these too, Amazon is at least, probably it cost to make 19 copies for Amazon, it probably cost them somewhere around $40. So they're making $40 to send me that many copies. But that means that I could buy these same number of books for $81. And I know that Amazon charged our customers $285 for that. So, like, I know that they're making a crap ton of money on this book, way more than I am. And that's a little disheartening. So to be, there's been a couple things that really have been keeping me down this past month. Like, the book came out and I thought, we have 20,000 subscribers, you know, and so we should be able to sell at least 100 or 150 of these copies, you know, at least. And then it came out and then it's like, oh wait, it's only ever sold 19 so far. We do have right now an order for another 15 copies, you know, coming through from someone else that is ordering directly from me. And that way I can get them through this and make more of a profit on it. But here's the thing. In order to buy one copy of the book, it does actually cost $4.28. So when people are looking at this and they're like, hey, Matt's charging $15 for a copy of the book, probably it cost about $5 to make a full color print all the way through book for 50 pages. Probably about $5 to make that. You're not wrong. It cost, Amazon's even admitting that it cost $4.28 to make this book. $4.28. So yeah, you're not that wrong, right? Because people have commented in our videos and they've estimated this before, and they're like, it probably cost about $5 to physically make the book to send to me. And so Matt is probably taking home $10 of every 15 that he's collecting. You'd be reasonable to assume that. But no. What Matt actually makes off of those books is $84.78 off of, 19 copies. So Amazon made $200. I made $85. Divided by 85 divided by 285. I end up seeing instead of most people assumed in the comment section that I made 2/3 of the money. I made $10 off of every 15, right? I actually only made 0.29%. I only made 29%, which is less than a third of every copy. Because if I do this, 84.78 divided by 19 copies sold so far, I make $4.46 off every copy sold. That's really not good. And yeah, Amazon sucks as a publisher. But and you know, really, with that, with that money, 50 of it is already going to paying our expenses. And so 35 will have to be split between myself and Trevor Project, which is something I still want to donate to the Trevor Project. But yeah. I wanted to donate a couple $100 to the Trevor Project this week after all the copies sold, because I said to people, order by the 24th of December, Christmas Eve, and a portion of the proceeds will benefit the Trevor Project. I wanted to write it, and I was promising that we would write that check by the end of the year, right? Because I really genuinely wanted to write a check for a couple $100 to the Trevor Project by the end of the year, this week. And yeah, so now I have to split $35 between myself and the Trevor Project, whatever way I want to, because it sucks. And it's like all this work, probably about a week of writing, actually no, more like a month of writing back and forth, and about a week solid, like 40 hours of illustrating went into this book. And it's been genuinely depressing seeing how little the book has sold. But even more depressing was there were some points when we were on the book tour for it. Like, I was literally doing Zoom calls. I was talking to everybody, please, 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 please buy this book. And there were genuinely some times during the whole book tour where I'm sitting there going, I hope no one buys it. I would much rather someone super chat a donation to the channel. I would much rather people go to our website on, Teespring here. I would much rather people go here, buy a pair of socks for the same price of $15, and I make more money on, well, not me specifically, I'm just sorry I'm saying that, but the show, in order to help the show continue being a show, a pair of socks does more than a book that we worked a million times harder making, It's like, what is life? A mug. Someone did this, and I will show you this week. Because this, again, I'll bring this up because this was genuinely incredible. Just to see, because a bunch of people bought merchandise for Christmas this year. It was really awesome to see. But they shared this on my Discord this morning. Of just like, I just got a PBR mug for Christmas, yay. And they're calling it epic, and it's like, that, first off, it means a lot to me that you're so excited to get a piece of merchandise from the show, or just anything that you guys watching a video, like, I feel so undeserving of the viewers we have. I feel so like I don't know why you choose to watch me, but I'm so appreciative that you're here, you know? Let alone buying a piece of merchandise and getting so excited for it over at Christmas morning. Like, that's I was in tears this morning over this photo. And it's like, to know not only that, but like, this one person supported the show more than someone buying the book did without knowing it. You know? Like, it. So there were times this month when I was deeply depressed over the book sales, and it wasn't because the book wasn't selling enough. It was that if I genuinely did sell 1 million copies of this book, Amazon would have made millions and I would have made $100, you know? Like, that's the way their ratio works, sadly. And I still stand by the book. I still like the fact that we have a book out there. And I'm still, you know, so dang appreciative of the fact that I have a book out there that's, you know, like, this is the book that I wish I had as a child, you know? I wish I was 5, 6 years old and my parents were reading this to me, instead of all these straight stories that I could care less about, and were brainwashing me into thinking that straight is the only way, and I'm breaking my parents' hopes and dreams of me, like I was talking about before. You know, not that my dad was bad, but like, I just wish that I had this story as a child. So I'm happy I can provide that to people now, and it's not all about making money, but I'm like, wow, after all that, that's what we made, you know? And I really wanted to donate a lot to Trevor Project, and we're not able to do that right now. So Trevor is probably going to get a donation of like $15 this week. And that's sad. But hey. So. Carrot Beast Gaming says, why do I watch your videos? They lift me up when I feel bad, and you are legitimately one of the best people I've seen on the internet. And I've met so many incredible people through you. I mean, you should definitely get the book still. It's just Amazon doesn't treat us well. So, if we were gonna do a second part to this book, we're looking at different ways of doing it that Amazon won't be involved in. And I don't care if they hear this, because screw them. They've made $200 off of my hard work, you know? But yeah. Anyway, there's 5 minutes left to this stream. Actually, I promised I would go live for 5 hours. And I'm sorry. Wow, that was a depressing ending to the stream then. I like that. Amazon is shitter than Justin Bieber. You're not wrong. Anyway, any tips on how to not hate yourself? Well, you're valid and you're loved, so be here for a little while. Caribbean, unfortunately, I can't get the book for closeted reasons, but still take my views. I mean, that's the thing. You just... And that's the thing. I genuinely didn't want to speak up about anything on this financial topic, because I feel like bringing up how much merchandise sells, or how much the book sells, or how much super chats, I feel the more I bring that up, the more it sounds like I'm all about the money, and I'm not. I can care less about the money. What I care about is the fact, great, we sold 19 copies, But why did Amazon make more than the person who wrote and illustrated the dang thing? That doesn't make sense to me. You know? That's what makes me angry. Not, you guys buy the book, great. Like, I'm mad at Amazon for screwing me. You know? I don't like bringing up money to you guys because I don't want to be one of those YouTubers. Because those YouTubers suck that are just like, oh, I want as many views as possible because I want those they'll literally make a video that's 10 minutes and 1 second long just because YouTube's threshold, little secret of the YouTube world, when you're a monetized channel like we are, if you make a video that's 9 minutes and 59 seconds long, you can have ads before the video and after the video. If you make a video that's 10 minutes and 1 second long, you can have ads before, after, and during. All of a sudden, you have mid-roll ads, which means it interrupts watching your video and it plays an ad, right? Those ads are worth incredibly more than before pre-ads or post after ads, to a video. And so what I'll answer your question in just a second, JF. What ends up happening is literally as a creator, you're pushed to making a video 10 minutes and 1 second long instead of 9:59. And so if you ever watch a video that's like, obviously in a couple extra seconds could have been edited out of that video and it could have told the same story, but all of a sudden it's 10 minutes and 1 second long, that's a channel that's after monetization, not after views, not after caring about their viewers, right? And to be fair, some YouTubers have to do this. Like, for instance, Jelly and Sloko Man and all these gamers, right? They care about their viewers, they genuinely do. But they also earn a living off of doing this. 100%, they have a team of people behind them that they have to pay full time to work for them. So they have a lot of people whose livelihoods depend on their videos doing well. And so you'll see a majority of their videos have to be 10 minutes, have to be over this threshold. Bye, Lisa. Merry Christmas. And it's like, it's this give and take of like, oh, do I make my videos 10 minutes? Because then I make more money and I can support my livelihood more. It's a give and take. But for me, I don't like talking about money on the show because the show's not about making money. I don't purposefully make my episodes 10 minutes long. There's a lot of topics that we cover that have to be 20, 30 minutes long. But, I'm not making, I'm not making videos longer just to flubber it up just to make money. And it's sad to see when people do that. And I don't want to be one of those YouTubers, So I don't like talking about money to you guys, and I feel bad anytime I have to say, oh, Tired Flowers, gotta go, I'm sorry. Have a good night, Tired Flower. I feel bad anytime I have to say, well, here's this thing about money. Really, I'm not upset about how much the book sold. I'm upset about how much Amazon made off of it selling compared to me. Compared to the writer of the dang thing. But that's me not trusting a giant corporation for good obvious reasons, because I'm seeing the numbers. Anyway. That car forget what? I don't know. You're such a small channel, which makes me really sad because you help so many people, including me. You're such a great person. Oh, thank you. So you wanted to know my Fursona colors. I'll give you a perfect example of my Fursona. Let me find it. Because the fans were amazing this year. And y'all blew me away. You blew me away. You blew me away. Like, I don't know. Just filling times till I find... Oh, there it is. Alright. Fan art. Alright, so, main screen. Oh, no, wrong one. Camera and display. There we go. So Oliver S. did one. That... I mean, I envision myself with a little... I envision myself with that specifically. Little armband with the rainbow on it. And I definitely have a rainbow collar like that. But my puppy name is actually Amante. A-M-A-N-T. And I'm a little derpy with the tongue sticking out. Curious Critter. I save all your fan art, just so you guys know. This is like the attitude my Fursona has of like, yeah, fight the homophobes. And I would love that. That right there. In real life, just like what, you know? Yeah, just blowing in the wind. But where's my color thing? What colors do I have? No. No. I mean, honestly, what I would... Okay, hold on. Why am I even doing that? Why am I not just saying... Because literally, that's what I envision my Fursona to be. Those colors. That's my Fursona. Colors. And rainbow collar. I'm a little derpy with the tongue sticking out all the time. Yeah, I don't know why I was trying to find it elsewhere. But, like, I literally drew my Fursona as the cover of my own freaking book. And people still didn't realize that they're buying a book of a furry. So, that was fun. My ex-boyfriend bought a copy of the book. And he's like, yeah, I can tell that you're Shadow in this book. And I'm like, how'd you know? Maybe because he knew I was a furry. But yeah. Don't neat yourself out the window. We love you here. Merry, Merry Christmas. Alright, anyway. So... Am I not on face cam? Oh, thanks. Literally one Christmas decoration in the whole house right now. My friend's mom is homophobic and she's stuck with her for Christmas. Ah, darn. Me and the rest of our homies have been helping her through it. Oh, that's good. See, we're a community. We have to stick together. That's why we're streaming tonight. That's why we're here for each other. We're a community that has to be strong for each other. Earlier in the year, we had the question come up in a Q&A episode of if you can say one word that describes the whole community of LGBTQ people, what word would you choose? And I said the word resilient, because really we are a family that has to be resilient for each other. We have to protect each other. There's a reason why this show is called Powered and Protected by Rainbows, because not only are we powered by the fact that we are LGBTQ, but we have to protect others who are LGBTQ, and we have to remember that we are protected by those people as well. So Yeah. No, I mean, I wasn't trying to discourage anyone from buying the book, by the way. Like, go buy the book, have fun. I wrote it for you. At the end of the day, I don't care how much money we make off this book deal. I just want people to enjoy it. And that was my main goal. I'm mad at Amazon for screwing me. That's all. So go buy the book, have fun, enjoy it, read it as many times as you want, share it with others. Really, that's what the book was for. It was to help people, and it was for you to enjoy it. It was never supposed to it was never supposed to be about me making money off of the deal. I would have loved to make a big donation to Trevor Project off of it, but at the end of the day, go buy the book and, don't worry about the financials of it, because I shouldn't be worrying about it. I should have never brought it up to you, and I feel bad, but at the same time, I'm like, yeah. So people were commenting on our videos recently, and they're like, Matt's gonna make a big check for hundreds of dollars to Trevor Project. And I'm like, we can't do that. We just can't. We haven't made that much money. I'm literally, the only reason I brought that up to you and showed you the actual records was because we had people in the comments that were like, hey, Matt's gonna give hundreds or thousands of dollars to Trevor Project, because I'm like, yeah, I can't. I wish I could. I wish I can give everything I have to Trevor Project, because they're amazing. But yeah. Anyway, this is officially, it's kind of sad, a bittersweet moment. I don't want it to end, because this is the final time I'm gonna see you in 2020. This is our final live stream. This is our final big episode. We have a little video coming out on the 31st of this year, which is Thursday. But yeah, this is the final time. And really, you might see me for a little, like, behind the scenes or something in January. But our what's up, Lisa? I'm not gonna end it like right now. It's the season 4 officially starts the first Friday of February. You'll see the commercial come out, the season 4 trailer come out before that. You might see again some vlogs before. What's up, Lisa? Tell me. Yeah, this year went by so fast and so slow at the same time. You're not wrong about that. But there were so many good points, and that's why today I wanted to concentrate on the good. Like, YouTube giving us gifts, and the fact we learned so much, and the fact that I have all of you now, and I didn't have that in the beginning of 2020 here. I did go back and actually look it up. I had less than 100 subscribers as of December 31st, 2019. And this year I'll be ending the year with 20,400 and some odd students. And I love that, because it means we're helping more and more people. Your parents got you a bunch of rainbow pins for Christmas. Awesome! Congratulations. I'm so glad you have parents that are accepting, by the way. I love how Matt is just trying to talk and Lisa isn't. No, Lisa, tell me what you're going to say, because it's only going to be a couple extra minutes. So you only have a little bit of time here. And then you're going to have to either comment and I'm going to have to respond, or I'll still be responding to comments all January. But January we are making episodes. So right now we have, I think, 4 or 5 episodes script for February, March, and April so far. And it's kind of that bittersweet moment where the end of season 3, I want to tell you again, thank you for everything. You helped me get over my sadness and helped me express my true self. I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you for being here. honestly, this entire year has been surreal to me. Of just I call myself a YouTuber sometimes, and I'm like, no, I'm not a YouTuber because I'm a teacher, and I'm here to help people. This year, Becca, like recent within the past like couple weeks, Becca told me, she's like, so you realize back in high school, Becca was suicidal, and I told our guidance counselor that she was suicidal, and Becca got the help she needed through a counselor, and I felt horrible for having to tell my guidance counselor on here on my best friend, and I'm like, I don't care if I lose my best friend, because she doesn't want to talk to me anymore because she doesn't trust me. What I care about is that she's alive, you know. And she reminded me of the story, because I kept saying, like, I can't believe that this year, June 12th, it was it. Becca is my best friend in the whole world, by the way. She's a producer of the show here. She's someone that's sometimes on our live streams with us, but she's a true ally through and through. She's a straight ally through and through. Back in June 12th, we did a live stream for a place called Pulse Nightclub. It was a nightclub in Orlando, Florida, United States, that the worst attack, the deadliest attack on LGBTQ people on American soil happened that day, June 12th, 2016, in Orlando, Florida. We did a live stream because it's on June 12th of this year to remember it, because every year we try to remember this day. It's a day I truly feel like we should always pay honor to. And in season 4, we're planning on doing another live stream that day as well, because I know we have to remember this day. If we don't remember this day and remember all the people we lost in the community, then they died in vain, you know? And it was such a sad night, but in the live chat, we had 2 suicidal kids who we ended up recommending to Trevor Project, and I later found out both of them were saved because of our live stream. And that was the first night where I hit end stream, and I broke down for hours that night, because I felt like it was the first time in my life where I saved someone's life, and I had no idea how it just happened, but I knew it happened. And I knew in that moment, in those hours after the live stream ended on June 12th of this year, I no longer questioned what I want to do for the rest of my life. I no longer had this perplexed mindset of like, well, I knew that everything in my life led up to this channel, led up to this network we're building, and this family we're building. I learned at like very young age, at 9 years old, I started my business, and I started playing music for money, and I started, writing songs, and started telling stories when I was 9 years old. A couple years into that, I started doing lighting and sound for the concerts that I was performing. And I did it because, for completely selfish reasons, I did it because hiring an audio engineer cost thousands of dollars. Hiring a lighting engineer cost thousands of dollars. So I'm like, I'm going to save some money, and I'm going to do it all myself. Buy all the equipment, and I can do it all myself. And then when I'm not on stage myself, I can rent the equipment out. I can be hired by someone else to do the same thing. And that's what I did. So my business did for years. Still does to this day, by the way. Then a little bit later, I needed a photo for an album cover that we were coming out with. And I'm like, well, why don't I do it myself again? So I started doing photography. Next thing you know, I'm doing graphic design. Next thing you know, I'm, making music videos because, hey, it's cheaper to buy a camera and all the equipment than hire someone 20 times, So I basically got into making films through this line of succession for my own career. And I thought for years what I wanted to do was write stories and tell stories. I didn't care if those stories were told in film or if they were told in music or in story and just in paragraph form. What I cared about was that I was telling stories and I was helping entertain people, but I think that was the extent to it. At the end of that journey, I started making videos I started this other YouTube channel called VLAMP, Video Lighting, Audio, Music, and Photography How-To Show. And I started making these videos because I wanted to, share with the world things that I've learned. Again, for completely selfish reasons, because in making these videos, it allowed me to get hired as a consultant more often. Because if you watch a video of me online saying, here's how you do this very technical thing, chances are you don't just need to learn that one thing. Chances are you need to learn a lot. And who better to hire than the guy who just taught you the first thing, And I started getting hired as a consultant because of that show. And then from making that show, I learned a lot about making a TV show on my own. And I started realizing, after I came out, that I want to help the community a little bit. And then I went to Washington, D.C., in a Pride festival down there, and I started seeing all these little kids who were much younger than I am, and I started saying to myself, I wish I was that kid. I wish I was that young when I realized it. I wish I was that young when I can come out and be free to be who I am. And I wish that someday I can help one person out there. Come out a little quicker. Come out a little safer. And come out a little happier than I came out. And I wrote this song called Minor Flight Delay to kind of like pay honor to my musical past. And it's in the song I talk about the it's on my other channel. Sounds like a shameless plug for all my other channels, but I wrote this song called Minor Flight Delay, and in the song I mentioned how it's been 9,306 days. 9,306 days into my life is when I first started living my life. Because until that moment, I was hiding half of who I was in being gay, in loving who I was meant to love. And it took me until I was 25 years old to come out and say to the world that I'm gay. And on the car ride home from that Pride Festival in Washington, I came up with a concept for this TV show. And I'm like, it'll probably only be a couple episodes. And I'm like, I'm just going to make a couple episodes in my basement, and so be it, And so I decided later that year, I'm going to make, what was the first season, like five, six episodes or something like that? It was a very short run. And I'm like, that's probably all I will ever make of this show, you know? Because I want to tell my coming out story, and I want to say, here's some tips on how to come out. And then I want to, like, talk about, here's some, like, cool things you can get, you know? And then the next year, I'm like, yeah, the beginning of season 2, it was like January, February of the next year. Someone had said to me, oh, you're probably just doing this show to find a boyfriend or to become famous. I'm like, I can care less about being famous. If I find a boyfriend to the show, great, you know? I mean, I'm not going to say no. I'm a lonely gay man. Like, yeah. But it's not the purpose for making it. The purpose for making it was to help some kid out there. And all of a sudden, I after all this time, we made all these episodes in season 2, and they felt pretty good to make. And I was like, hey, I'm bored and I want to learn, so might as well share some stuff I learned. And I started gaining like 10, 20 followers. And I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool to share, you know? And then, you know, this year happened where we hit like 500 subscribers, and I was like, holy crap, you know? Like, that's amazing, you know? And then I see you guys like spamming the chat. That's amazing. Oh, you came out to your parents today. How did it go? Did they accept you? Hopefully they did. If not, we do, by the way. But I started this year when we hit like 1,000 subscribers. I was like, I was bawling happy tears that day. By the way, before I started recording a video for it. Oh, that's awesome! Congratulations, they accepted you. That was awesome to hear. That's the best possible news to hear tonight. Just do me a favor and go hug your parents, because believe me, not everyone is as lucky as you are right now. So I hear all the horror stories. I hear way too many horror stories. So go hug your parents and thank them from my behalf. You know, just thank them. So what happened this year was like, and we hit 1,000 subscribers on like June 1st of this year, which was kind of cool. And then YouTube decides to sponsor us, and pushes us into pushes our show into multiple collaborations with other much larger LGBTQ people, creators, I should say. And then June 12th, this happens. And like I said, after that episode, I broke down for hours. And at the end of that night, I remember, because I was talking to Becca at the time, and who's my best friend, by the way. And I remember saying, I think I know what I want to do for my life. I think I want to do this. And I knew it would be incredibly hard to do this. I knew helping kids and save their lives is not an easy job. But I'm like, I just did it. And I want that feeling every day. I don't want kids to ever feel like they have to kill themselves. But if they're in that place, I want to help them out of it. And I'm like, I cannot believe I just saved someone's life for the first time in my life. Like, that's surreal. And Becca immediately comes back to me with, Matt, don't you remember? Like, this is not the first time. And she reminds me of that story back in high school. And I just lose it. And I'm just like, after all this time, that's the path I was supposed to take. After all of this. Because think about it, like, here I am as a high school kid, helping my friend, and then I realize, and all this time I'm working on storytelling, I'm working on skills of writing, I'm working on skills in filmmaking, I'm working on skills doing audio and lighting, which is all a part of a TV show, you know. And my college, I work on documentary filmmaking and hard-hitting reporting, and I learn all these skills of how to, you know, get sources for everything and make sure you're accurate. I learn all these things in college of like, well, how do I make sure that we're legally and all of this, all of these, like, is it lagging? Okay. All right. Are we back? Hey, I think we're back. All right. So, sorry about that interruption. My internet sucks. Which is something we're working on slowly but surely. But here's the thing. All right. That night, like June 12th of this year, I broke down. At the end of the night, I was talking to Becca, and Becca goes to me, you realize this is not the first time you've saved someone's life. And I'm like, what are you even talking about? And she reminds me of the story in high school. And I'm like, that's it. There's no questioning anymore what my life was supposed to do and what I was supposed to do with my life. There's no questioning that. Because, you see, I'm a firm believer that all roads lead to the one we were meant to travel. That's what my life is. Because think about it. I started writing music when I was very young, and I started learning how to write. I started learning how to convey a story to people. I started learning how to entertain people through a show, like a live show, a concert, but how to teach them something by the end of that concert. Because it wasn't just about making them laugh or make them happy for a little while of performing my music, but it was about teaching them a valuable lesson in life that they may have otherwise not had, you know? And so I started learning how to do that. I started learning how to tell a story through filmmaking and graphics. And then in college, I learned, well, sorry, in high school, I started really diving into how to run a business and how to not always make a profit, but make sure that your team members are paid. Make sure that you have enough money where you can afford to live. And that's what happiness is happiness is not about making millions of dollars. Happiness is about making enough to live and doing good in your life by what you choose to do with it. And I started learning how to get sources for everything, make sure that what I was saying was credible and could be validated by multiple credible sources for everything. I started learning in college how to really tell a story through documentary filmmaking, how to do hard-hitting reporting. I started learning after that how to do a TV show, because I started my other TV show. And I started learning, hey, after each episode, how do I tell the next story? How do I convey the next project, you know? And for me, all of that led to this. Because through my friend Becca, I've learned that it's not always about trying to keep your friendships and trying to keep everything. It's trying to keep them alive, you know? And through that whole story with Becca back in high school, it's like I didn't care if she no longer was my friend. I cared that she was alive, you know? I cared more about helping her than I cared about myself. And, you know, it was like the entire, all of this, like, all these paths all led to one. And that one path is this channel. This one path is the Pride Academy that we're building, the family that we're building, the community that we're building. And now that we're on this path, so many people have been willing to jump on board and help. And where I want to end tonight's stream is by thanking those people. David Moore, for being our associate professor, who is also the head of the Pennsylvania Equality Project. Amazing advice that he's given me over the years here to help with the channel and help with just overall the community and what we need. We work together all the time. Special thanks to my friend Rebecca Liptok for being a producer of our show. She was the woman that suggested we do the life skills class. And that's an entire series on our channel that will be coming back in season 4. She is also an amazing person who's been the strongest ally of mine for my entire life. And she's just an incredible person. Chris Krasnowski, who's a producer of our show. He's also, he was the head writer, and he was the head guy behind the 15 people you didn't know were LGBTQ. He's been a strong voice in the community. You've seen him in the chat tonight from Burning Earth Productions. Also, great graphic designer, great motion graphics guy, great at VFX, and has helped us learn so much of making the graphics for this show that we have now. He was the main contributor of why all of those graphics are so good. Marissa Moyer, who is a writer of the show that you'll be seeing coming on the channel in season 4. She's writing episodes for season 4 already. She hasn't written anything of season 3, so you haven't seen her work yet, but she jumped on board this team just this past couple months to start for season 4. Kat, who is a trained psychologist that helps in the Discord, you know, and helps people overcome depression and self-harm in the Get Help chat. I want to thank the entire team over at Pennsylvania Equality Project and Schuylkill County LGBTQ Club for their wonderful advice, and for offering anytime I needed it this year. Anytime I needed it. They were always there. They were always there to offer just ample support and an immense amount of research, people. Anytime I asked, like, hey, for our LGBTQ State of the Union address this year, I reached out to Pennsylvania Equality Project and Schuylkill County LGBTQ Club, and I said, I need people to help me research this giant project, and tons of them just jumped on board. I want to thank YouTube for sponsoring us back in June of this year, for including us in multiple collaborations, for buying us dinner back in the day in June for their YouTube Pride dinner nights. I want to thank them for, send me presents for Christmas. That means a lot, more than I think they know. Means a lot to smaller creators getting something of support, and just like, hey, we care about you. I want to thank I want to thank all of the people who've helped make the show. Michaela, who directed, who hosted, basically, was the founder and literally started this entire Pottsville Pride event this year, and allowed us to broadcast the entire thing. That was gracious of her. And who also invited me to the microphone that day to speak at the first ever Pride Festival in Pottsville. As I said in the, Rainbow Rewind video last week, I think my uncle was looking down that day, and I think he'd be really proud of where we've come on this channel. And to speak at the first ever Pride event in a town that he grew up in a county that he grew up in, that words can't describe how amazing that felt that day. There's a lot of people to thank for this show. There's an awful lot of people to thank, and I know I'm forgetting people. I want to thank all of you for being a part of this, for being a part of the 20,400 students we have now, that I know will grow next year. Please don't unsubscribe in January. We're going to be back in February. Don't worry about it. We're coming back bigger and better than ever. It's just, it takes time to make that content, and I don't want to work this week for vacation. I want to thank you for all you do. Thank you for being here. Thank you for 1.1 million views, allowing us to broadcast 135 hours of broadcast this year, for allowing us to have 25 guests and collaborations on the channel, and collaborate with some of the biggest organizations in the whole freaking world on this channel. 157 episodes this season, $4,650 donated in value to charity, not including Trevor Project's thing for what I was talking about earlier. 84,100 hours of watch time that you guys have watched this show, and that has only risen tonight. It has been a surreal year for all of us. I never thought this would be as big as it is. I never thought we would be helping this many people. And I never thought... I thought I would be a filmmaker for life. And I thought I'd be, doing videography and making clients happy. And I'm still doing that. I can still do that on the side. It still makes me happy to do all that. But I know this year has been extremely dark. I know if we look at COVID or Trump, this year looks terrible. But through all the darkness this year, I sincerely want to thank you, each and every one of you, for shining your light and your rainbows and making this year brighter for me. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for watching. Fuck, this is hard. From the bottom of my heart, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays, and one final time for 2020 and Season 3. I'll see you first Friday of February for Season 4, but one final time for 2020. Don't forget that. Hit that like button, that rainbow subscribe button, comment down below your LGBTQ friendly thoughts, and share this video with others. As always, I'm your host, Professor Pride, otherwise known as Matt Haslam. Thank you all for watching. Have a gay day. Trans lives matter. And bye for now. Amante, the equality puppy, signing out. Love you. Watch Powered by Rainbows Season 3, only on MHP TV. Oh, I literally forgot. Okay. How can I forget this shit? Okay. By the way, I saw in the chat if you want to donate more, I guess you can. But that did literally remind me of this, so I'm sorry. No, where's it at? Alright, here we go. Here we go. Alright. I'm just like, wow. Everyone's like, oh, he's back. Yeah. So thank you to Logan's Junk for $1.99. I'm starting to watch in June. Love it. I can never pronounce this. I know you did it later. Where's it at? Where did you tell me that it's pronounced this way? Acacia. Okay. So Acacia Fruit 7245 for $5. Luna the Night Guard for 99 cents. Brennan Nelson for $5. Luna the Night Guard for $9.99. Luna the Night Guard for $4.99. Brennan Nelson for $4.99. I can never do it. Why can I never say this right? Acacia for $5. Luna for $2. Acacia for $3. Luna for $2. Acacia for $1.99. Luna for $1, Acacia for $3, and Luna $1.99, and then Solaris Studio for $1. Also, just a huge shout out this year because you guys have been so amazing. Paige Narst for $1.49 back in December. Super Ace Man, I'm just gonna call out the names because the amounts are like, you know. Super Ace Man, Gage Jiggly Panda, Zephyr, Detective Mask, Queen of Crazy, Rose Cats, PJ Chambers, Paige Narst, the Minecraft Fox Fanatic, Lewis Smith, Brennan Nelson, the Minecraft Fox Fanatic, Lewis Smith, Brennan Nelson, Lewis Smith again, Paula Powertube, Lewis Smith, Small Engine Mechanic, Haley Morgan, Tony and Nita, Quiddy Unstable, Paige Nars, Music Lights, Quiddy Unstable, Paige Nars, Try Hard the Wolf, Brandon Nelson, Try Hard the Wolf, Music Lights, Logic 44, Ches for Prez 2.0, Gay Jiggly Panda, Ches for Prez. Also, thank you to Paula Johnson for being a supporter on patreon.com/MHP TV to support the channel on a monthly basis. Many other big donors I have to thank. But just so many. So many of you have supported the channel this year through buying super chats and donating to the channel outright. Thank you so much for buying merchandise. If you bought merchandise, thank you for getting the book. Thank you for just thank you for being. Even if you haven't bought anything, which is surreal to me to think that so many people are out there wearing PBR shirts, but thank you for just being here, watching an episode, and being a part of this family. And yeah, so now I will actually say goodnight, and now we will actually end the stream. That I thanked all of the donors, because I completely forgot to do that the first time. Sorry. That's a thing. But yeah. What's up now? You're gonna keep calling me back no matter what. Yeah, no, I wasn't saying the donors to just I wasn't saying that to say please donate to the channel more. I'm saying that to thank the people who did donate, and I appreciate all of you being here for just being so amazing and just being a part of the family. I don't like to ask for donations, but if you do have donations, hey, please know your money is not going right in my pocket. It's going to help the channel make bigger and better content in the future. Next year, we're planning on broadcasting quite a few Pride events, and those cost hundreds of dollars for each and every cameraman and or woman or NB. If you, we're doing so many broadcasts next year and so much bigger stuff. So we're traveling to do episodes once the pandemic is over. And sometimes we need rights to film in those places professionally, and all that costs money. So I will say every penny you give goes right to that. It doesn't go in my pocket. So we will definitely be doing bigger and better things because of your donations, and so many of you giving those donations this year, and buying the merchandise and doing everything. We are you next year. Where are you next year? I am same place I am now. I mean, it's the same studio. We have a new backdrop for the show. We have a new camera for the show. But yeah, you haven't seen anything yet. We're literally rebuilding the whole studio for next season, but it's gonna be really awesome. So yeah, it's gonna be cool. So I will see you in 2021. Have a wonderful new year, everyone. Bye for now, and see ya. See ya. Bye. It's exciting, but it's also bittersweet. I don't want to hit this button. I don't. Anyway, have a good night. Love you all. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. See? I can sing. Bye. Watch Powered by Rainbows Season 3, only on MHP TV.